And I will actually turn on my microphone. Welcome to the work session for our May 7th meeting of the Webster Grove City Council. We will start off with board and commission interviews. Katie, we're going to start right with you. So if you want to come right up here, we're not even going to let you see anyone else do it first. So Katie Cahoon has applied to be on the Old Orchard Special Business District Advisory Commission, in which there is one vacancy. And we just ask that you tell us a little bit about you and why you'd like to be on the commission. And I'd like to be on the board to help further our small business establish us in the Webster Grove community. I'd like to help give some fresh ideas to the board and hopefully make Old Orchard better. Excellent. Questions?
Love your business.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
I'm
love
pretty
your
sure
business.
everyone on council has had something at some point. So,
Thank you guys so much.
yeah. All right. Well, see, I told you it was going to be painless. So thank you so much. And then our city clerk will get back to you pretty quickly.
Sounds great. Thank
All right.
you. Thanks, Katie.
Next, we have the Sustainability Commission, and that is Matt Rude or Rode? Neither. Okay. Please help me.
Apology necessary. I've gotten all kinds of mispronunciations. It's Rhodey.
Rhodey.
Yes.
Okay.
So very little will phase me about whatever you come up with. Those are the two most common.
Well, thank you for
Yeah.
your generosity in that. I appreciate it. And so just the same thing. Why have you applied to sustainability?
So I've lived here in Webster Groves in the greater St. Louis area for about 6 years. We're very proud to call Webster home. I think being a part of a community is a team sport, and became aware of an opening on the Sustainability Commission, and it's a place, one of, given my background, not a wide variety of intersections between my skills and interests and available bandwidth and a community need. So I saw that and decided I'd give it a try. My personal philosophy is one of my goals in life is to try to be a better ancestor. And I'm able to do that in part just through some domain knowledge and then resources of finances and land that allow me to do that personally. But I'd like to take that a step further, collaborate with the rest of the commission and the council to try and bring those opportunities to more of my fellow citizens, either through knowledge opportunities or direct engagement with opportunities for them to involve, or just identification of and implementation of more sustainable choices at a municipal level.
Thank
And
you
I'm
very
clearly
much.
going to have to go visit and get a dessert. 'Cause that's one place I haven't been.
Yeah.
So very.
Are there questions for Matt?
I was just gonna add, Matt was at our solar open house and he kind of had his own little
Which is,
station. In that he was talking to people about, as a solar homeowner himself, talking about the process.
and it was Jeff, I think, and I think you mentioned it too, that made me aware of the opening. So
Well, great. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here tonight.
thank you. You bet.
And then Eric Toman is our third interviewee, and he'll be through Zoom here. And Eric is applying to the Traffic Advisory Commission, where we have one vacancy and one opening for an alternative member. So Eric, as soon as you're allowed to talk there, please just introduce yourself and let us know why you'd like to serve on the Traffic Advisory Commission and what you might bring to it. Ah, there you
Hi
are.
there.
Hello.
Hey, sorry, I'm traveling for work right now. The reason I'm interested in applying, I've lived here for 10 years. I'm in the civil construction industry, and specifically, I have a lot to do with traffic safety, with traffic calming, surface treatments, other stuff. I think I got a lot of expertise to offer, and really, I just kind of getting to a point where I want to get involved, and I live here, so I might as well get involved here.
All right. Do we have questions for Eric?
None for me.
All right. Well, Eric, you know what? I really appreciate you spending your time on the road logging in, because we're going to let you go with that and you will hear from the city clerk.
Great, thank you guys.
Thanks so much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, we'll talk about appointments when we get to number 5 on our work session agenda. As you probably saw, we have a long list of things to consider and talk about, including, and by the way, those of you who have interviewed, you are not required to stay, and it won't hurt our feelings if you decide you want to go on with your day, because we know everybody's busy. Is there anything that anyone would like to review on the regular agenda? All right, then we'll start with updates. Jamie, you get to go first.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I just want to start by saying I'm excited to be here. But I'm learning so much, and I just want to thank the directors and all my colleagues for their time that they've spent with me over the past couple of weeks, and Dr. Peoples and Mr. Peterson, and Mayor Arnold has been incredibly helpful in this transition, and Katie. On Friday, I was able to attend a ribbon cutting for Vitality Spa, which was really cool, and then got to accept the invitation to see our Webster Groves High School students, their AP government class presented or had their projects. It was like a civic fair at something called My Impact Challenge. And 3 of the 4 winners were our Webster Groves students. So that was really an exciting way to kick off the weekend. So that's it.
Nothing from me.
Me neither. I'm good. Thank you.
They all got to me awfully fast. The only announcement I have, excuse my voice, I'm losing it. The Webster Rock Hill Ministry is having its annual trivia night,
Oh, good.
June 14th. So if you can, prepare to be there. It'd be great if the council could be a sponsor of one of the rounds. They asked for $100. And most of you, or some of you, sit at a table with the group of individuals as well. So it'd be nice if the council would be a sponsor for that as well.
Do you mind telling me the date again?
June 14th. June 14th.
I have updates.
Good, so do I. It makes me feel better.
The Green Space Advisory Commission met last night and talked through the success of NOMO April and the plan to continue it on next April and to do the Lead Believes again in the fall. Anecdotally, there's been good response with people seeing, large moths that they hadn't seen before. We had some new bee swarms that showed up that were new to in a positive way. So in a positive way. So that's been good, and other pollinators. So it's having an impact. One of the commission members said that, he kind of added up himself and his neighbors and how much the acreage that they kind of covered on just their street of participating in these 2 initiatives and what an impact something small can do. And of course, I love it because you don't have to do anything. You just don't mow and you don't rake, and it's great. Unless you want to. The Green Our City initiative is another initiative that they're working on. That's the program to add trees to the city right of way. So city-owned trees in front of residences. And residents can still sign up for the next kind of class of trees by going to the city's website, just search for Green Our City. There's a lot of excitement about Public Works and their support and interaction and their own initiative. So that was really positive. They're also putting tags on the trees that have been planted in the previous years. It says this is, a Green Our City tree, and this is the kind, and it has a QR code that you can scan to bring you back to the city page for more information about the program. So people have already received trees. They'll let them know when they go to, but you'll start seeing those tags pop up, which is exciting. They also did a recap of Arbor Day, which we talked about a little bit last meeting. They hadn't met before that. So it was a success. There were about 20 people for the ceremony and then 35 they had a tree walk afterwards in Southwest Park. So that was really popular. But there were only 3 volunteers to help with the planting of the trees before the ceremony. So they had some discussions about, maybe shortening the overall time period, the overall window of time that the whole thing takes, because it was kind of a big chunk in the middle, not the middle of the day, but overlapping the workday. And then also talked about combining events in general to try to increase turnout, Stream Team, Arbor Day, other events and initiatives to try to maximize turnout and participation. the EcoEd talks with sustainability are continuing. There's one tonight with Don Corrigan at the library, and there's another one in June, also on a council night. It's the first Tuesday of June at the both at the library, and that one, the one in June is on pollinators. And at the, is it the Arbor Day luncheon, the Tree City USA luncheon, I think it was at that somebody from Shrewsbury remarked about what a great program the EcoEd series was. And so the commission's going to reach out with a formal invitation to the Shrewsbury counterparts to join in on those as you know, guests. So that's nice. HPC has not met since our last meeting. They meet again May 14th. When we last met, they were looking forward to the comprehensive plan and weaving in conservation and preservation into that. Looking forward to the updates next week from all the boards and commissions. And it just seems like good timing with like the reworking of liaisons and budget discussions and all of that. I will be probably a little bit late because I have a Girl Scout bridging from daisies to brownies that right before that, but I will be as on time as I can for that. And then just to note, this is probably on everybody else's updates, but just to encourage people to complete the survey for the comp plan. It closes May 20th, I think, on the website. That's the Journey to WG website. So we can do that too, right? So
Please.
I started it and it was I was like, I need more thought for this, but encourage everybody to do that. And then there's the town hall meeting tomorrow night for the pool input. And then I did meet with IT yesterday and I'm set up. So I'm using my city email address now and I'm like so excited. I feel like more productive already. There's a shared calendar. We use a work session calendar. And can we add the city events calendar to our Outlook too? Like,
Absolutely.
so I gotta learn how to do that. But I will caution, if you already use Outlook or Microsoft stuff on your phone, don't put it on your phone because your phone will not like 2 Microsoft accounts warning. So I had that with my work account and that was a pain point, but we worked through it. We're good. But overall, it's good and I'm excited to use that. And I'm logged on now and did my updates in SharePoint.
Awesome.
Or on OneDrive. So now I'm done. Now you'll never hear the end of me because now I have a computer in front
Well,
of me.
that's okay. You gave Pam to realize what she needed to update us.
Yes, I was gonna just say, since our last meeting, which is welcome Jamie and re-welcome Karen and Emerson. We're glad you're here. I attended the Arbor Day celebration the day after our last council meeting and that was good. I hadn't been there in a couple years and it's just nice to have a very predictable, warm-hearted occasion. And it was a beautiful setting at Southwest Park. So that was a good thing. And then on that Saturday, the Sustainability Commission broke into 2 groups and we gave away recycling green bags, the nylon bags to patrons at Straub's and Freddy's. And we emptied our box. Jeff Tomich and I finished. And so it was a lot of fun. It's fun to engage people like that and give them free gifts. And I think that is all I had. Thanks.
Neil?
I have nothing there. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have just a few things. First, thank you, Councilwoman Hickson Shepherd. You are the first to fully integrate other than the mayor and get online, ask for a planning
I got
calendar.
pins for that.
You don't have the planning calendar and doing those
Oh,
other
oh,
things.
Blazing the trail.
It's a great thing, so thank you. First, I'd like to introduce Renee Tyler. She is the new Deputy City Manager over Community Vitality. She's joining us for the evening.
Welcome.
She has not officially started and won't, I believe, in the 14th, but she's dedicated and ready to hear all about the budget. So it'll be quite the introduction for this evening. And I am so thrilled. We won't get into budget things, but it's an exciting night compared to the previous budget years that we have had. Really looking forward to some more uplifting discussion than past years. So really exciting stuff. Councilwoman Hickson Shepherd talked about the comprehensive plan process. We launched it really fully last week. Huge kudos to Director Perry. We had 13 listening sessions with various invited community members last week, as well as a really well-attended town hall meeting that was open to anybody who wanted to drop in. So just the start. There's still a survey online, but it was a great start. Tomorrow, as already mentioned, at the Recplex is a town hall on the water park as part of Prop W. Really encourage people to drop in. It's from 6:30 to 8:30. They do not have to stay the whole time, but it's a great opportunity to learn more about the water park and to provide input. We're really hoping to hear from residents. So Madam Mayor, that's it.
All right, thank you. Katie, anything from you?
No, thank you.
All right, I do have a couple things, actually more than a couple, but I sent you an email about the installation dinner, the annual dinner for the St. Louis Muni League, which will be held July 23rd. I intend to go, and we have one more ticket that's free if anyone wants to go, but if more than one person wants to go, then we certainly can get some additional tickets. Please let Katie know as soon as you can.
What was the date again?
The 23rd, so it's a Thursday night. Yes, and then I also went to UMSL for the My Impact Challenge, which was a lot of fun, and got to say a few words about one of my very favorite things, and that's civic education. So I think, Webster School District needs to be congratulated. They're the first school district that has done this in the area, and I think it's going to grow and hopefully we'll continue to participate. I enjoyed the ambulance training on the hydraulic lift. And they even let me practice. And so I'm gonna really endorse that investment on behalf of our firefighters, so. And also thank you to the police officers and the firefighters and their leadership for Public Safety Days, which was well attended again, and it's just a lot of fun and see some cool things and learn some things. 41st year of Arbor Day, so that luncheon was fun. I encourage all of you who want to go next year, maybe somebody else would go because the chocolate cake, Emily was right, is the best. And then the Arts Commission met this morning. They are working on updating the public art plan that predates all of us. And will soon, I think, send that to us for our review. New City of the Arts banners are in process and should be up probably next month. And then we have a tentative date for Burr Oak this year, which is July 12th. And I think that covers everything from my perspective here. All right. Yes, ma'am. What did I say? Oh, yeah, it is May 23rd. Thank you. Yeah.
I heard May. I mean.
Oh, please, that's fine. Thank you for saving me from the wrong date.
Yeah, that was critical save. I forgot one thing. I attended Webster on Wheels on Sunday and it was fantastic. The weather was not 120 degrees, which was awesome. It was a beautiful day, a great turnout, just super community energy. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, Dave Buck.
Yes, excellent. All right, we will proceed to our topic for the work session tonight, and that is the MSD Kirkham Median Project. And I believe Director Scott Davis will kick us off.
Good evening, everyone. We're bringing a couple other panelists on here from MSD to help me out on this.
Hello.
Hey, Scott. Hello to the council.
Hey, Sam. Share the PDF. All right, here we go. So that was Sam and Kurt. Sam's with MSD and Kurt is with Burns and McDonnell, and they will be joining me to present. They're the designers on this MSD project. I'll let them give us a little bit of insight on their goals for the project and the timeline. What we're kind of really here for tonight is get council's input on the stretch from Elm to Gore and the median islands along that section of the project. And there's a couple different ways we can do it, but one of the options is to completely remove those median islands and not replace them with pavement, and shift the roadway a little bit towards Barbary Park side of the street, away from the Shady Creek Nature Sanctuary, so that we could then bring in Greenway from Great Rivers Greenway or City Greenway being built through there, basically in the parking lane against Shady Creek right now, so that we would increase our bikeability, walkability, and some sustainability goals. So I will kick it off to these gentlemen. I'll move to the, oh, I went 2 screens. So Sam, I believe this one is yours. Take it away.
Apologies, I can't see the PowerPoint. I'll pull it up though. Am I on slide 2?
Yes. Hold on a second. We may not be sharing it.
I could talk through it, but
we'll get you there in just a second here, Sam.
this looks more familiar. Yeah, there. Okay.
There we go.
There's the headshot from back when I had hair. Yes.
All right. Take it away.
Well, thanks very much, Scott. Really appreciate it. We've been working with Scott and with multiple staff from Webster Groves throughout the planning of this project. So what is this project? It is Webster Groves Trunky Sanitary Relief phase 2. The first phase is further north in Brentwood. Ultimately, what we're trying to do with this project is it's what's called a sanitary relief project. Some of your community members and the council may be familiar with our efforts to reduce I&I in the area. Once we've done what we can in order to get excess rainwater out of our sanitary sewer system, our wastewater system, if there's still a need to alleviate or increase the capacity of our sanitary sewers, the next step is the sanitary relief project, where we're going to go in and install larger sewers to take that those large flows during heavy rainfall events. And the big picture reason why we're doing that, and the big reason why we're doing that here and increasing the sewer capacity here, is there are 2 SSOs that we're targeting with this project. The first is called BP194. That's a sanitary sewer overflow. I said SSO, I should explain what it is. It's a spot where the sanitary sewer, when there's too much flow in the sanitary sewer, it overflows into a creek or a water body. We don't really like that. So BP194 is an SSO at Atalanta and Glen, and then BP578, some of you may have seen it and not known what it is, but that's right next to Glen Park. So that's the goal, is build bigger sewer so that instead of our sewer overflowing into creeks and streams, instead it overflows into this new higher capacity sewer, takes it north, ultimately into our newly built Deer Creek Tunnel, which you may have heard of. So schedule, we've already gotten through preliminary design, survey, 60% design complete, 95% set. Kurt got to me earlier this month, so I guess earlier last month, so thank you, Kurt. Where we're taking it now is we're entering a period called easement acquisition. So as you might imagine, there's a large area where we have to build sewer. A number of people we're going to have to ask for permission to build that sewer. So that can be a lengthy process. We started that, I should say, back in March. We target being done with that about this time next year. At that point, we'll hand that information back off to Kurt and Burns and McDonald, who are going to carry the design to its final state. And we hope to bid the job and be in the ground and digging by winter between 2025 and 2026. So that's the why, that's the when. Scott, you can talk about the what, which is that median.
Any questions on that timeline or what the goals are? All right.
Can I just ask a question on the
Yeah.
timeline? So the final design, like knowing if we go ahead with this, like knowing exactly what's going to go back in, that would be during that final design timeframe when that would be fleshed out, or is it prior to that?
Anything we learn in between now and that final design period, Kurt's the designer for Burns and McDonald, he's the guy stamping it. So anything he and I learn we're going to be putting it in draft form in documents at that point. It doesn't become official until that final design stage. But, you know, if we were to learn something in this meeting or 3 months from now that we knew that the city wanted X, Y, or Z or needed X, Y, or Z done, you know, we're going to incorporate that as soon as we learn it.
Okay.
So yeah, that final design step, really that's because once we have all those easements, sometimes there is information related to those that we have to incorporate into the design set, and we need time to do that. So that's why it's not immediate from when the easements are gotten to when we start digging.
I'm just thinking about if we're going to open it up to community engagement, if that would be during that period, if it would be prior to that. And that is an if. I don't know if this is something that involves community input or if this is strictly a city decision.
You know, thank you, Councilwoman. While we always desire to get community input, I don't know that this is one where we really can engage. I think this is where we make that decision, get council direction. The good news is we've had enough community engagement, I think, in terms of sustainability, walkability, what our shared use goals are, that we can apply that to this project.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
So the specific section of the street that we're really talking about tonight, there will be city easements that MSD needs to get from the city to come through Lorraine Davis Park, to come in next to the service center, as well as along the streets here. And it even goes all the way into the second wing of the sculpture garden. But there are 4 island medians here, starting at Elm, between Elm and Gore. And there's 10 homes on the street there that face and look into those medians and across the street into Shady Creek Nature Sanctuary. We're proposing in this right now that MSD would remove those medians as part of the construction. They need to dig up to get to those lines and put new lines in, storm lines in, that they would remove those. And when they replace them, they would just replace it with street pavement. That would then allow us to shift the street to the top of that picture. I always get confused on which direction it is. Northwesty, north, depends on where you're at on Kirkland. So move it to the north, the drive lanes, and then we'd be able to put that shared use pedestrian bicyclist greenway path along the curb line against Shady Creek. This would allow, by doing this, by removing the median while they're doing the work, it allows traffic to remain open in both directions during that construction. If they needed to keep the medians in place, it would drastically affect the traffic flow in that area while the construction was happening. And I'll let these guys talk about that if you need more information on that. But I've checked with all the other department directors to make sure that we're not impeding any traffic, that there's still good access for safety vehicles, fire trucks, that we're not zoning or code ordinance violations or anything like that. We have no issues on anything like that. So it really comes down to what's the flavor of that neighborhood, between having median roadways and non-median roadways, and what those 10 residents that are facing that street and looking at those medians, how does that affect the flavor and character of their neighborhood? I see it. Those medians are only about 4 feet wide. They're still looking through that and still seeing an entire nature sanctuary on the other side of the roadway. So I'm not seeing a tremendous loss there in terms of visual appeal. But that's not my house. I'm not looking at it. So that's why we're here, to get you all's opinion on it and see what you might think. It would increase. As we're doing this, we've been in talks with Great Ridge Greenway. The next phase of the Shady Creek, Deer Creek Greenway, after the one that's happening right now on the other end going into Maplewood, the next phase on our side would be taking the Greenway from the end of Lorraine Davis Park, where it's currently at, and getting it to Larson Park. And then from there, eventually taking it to somewhere into Kirkwood to meet up with the Grants Trail, likely where it comes over 44 right there. They've got a trailhead in the parking lot, kind of by QT in the library right there. So somehow getting from there to there, that closes that loop. This process could certainly tie into that. Construction of this section, that block between Gore and Elm, wouldn't happen for a couple years. They're going to start at the Brentwood end of town and work towards this. So this will be the last part of the project. So it likely won't happen until 2027. So we've got some time before any of the shovels hit the ground out here. We're working with GRG to see if we can phase that together to get them to come in and put in more greenway at the same time. Might realize some cost savings by doing it all together, moving the roadway, getting the greenway done at one time, less traffic congestion as we're doing construction in multiple phases. We can get that all in together. And then we do also have the 319 grant that we applied for through the Missouri Department of Natural Resources and the feds, the EPA, for some of that Shady Creek Greenway work. So all that could kind of go on at the same time. That's the goal, is to get that all done in that same time frame to disturb things as little as possible.
But we don't know how, excuse me, we're gonna connect from Lorraine Davis to the sculpture park.
Not as at this time. That has not been decided. It hasn't been designed and planned out yet, other than we know where the end point is, or the starting point is, and where the end point would be right now. We try to get through at least here, whether we get to the sculpture garden and go up Rock Hill and down Lockwood, where we've already got shared medians, whether it goes all the way into Larson Park, and then stops there for a while and we come back a few years later and do another one. We haven't decided that, and whether it goes up into the neighborhood and comes back down, or whether it stays on Kirkham. That hasn't been decided yet with GRG and with the city on right-of-way acquisitions, where the right-of-way is, what's the constructability along the creek, there's a lot of utilities along Kirkham there, and how those could come into play. So that's definitely something that needs to be worked on in conjunction with this process.
Yeah, because it's either gonna come across the warehouse, or it's gonna come across my church, one of those two buildings. I think that needs to be, a decision should be made before they start all the digging.
Or do we maintain these medians currently?
We do. So the Parks and Rec Department maintains these meetings. We have just removed all the turf grass that's on them, and we've planted buffalo grass there this winter and early spring, hoping to reduce our labor on those. Buffalo grass is a native grass that grows max 10 inches, but realistically it's more like a 5 or 6 inch plant. So we're hoping once that's established that there'll be less mowing and maintenance there. There are several nice large mature trees in there. Those trees are getting near end of life not for the tree, but for the space they're in. Again, that median's only 4 or 5 feet wide in some sections, and those trees are starting to get to curb line, and before long will be impacting traffic. So we may need to remove those trees anyway, in the next 5 years, were we not to do anything with these medians. So, but yes, by removing those medians, it would be less maintenance load on maintaining those medians. If we put a greenway in, we still have some greenway maintenance that need to be done, but.
I forget, are there sidewalks on that part of Kirkham?
There is on the home side, yes.
So what's the downside to removing the medians, other than the 10 homes that may want to look at them?
To me, that's the downside, what that's going to look like out of their front door, off their front porch.
So would there be opportunities for us, let's say the Greenway, I know we know that working with GRG is a nice collaborative process, but let's say for whatever reason, they're not able to do that, or are we able to have a good partnership in the design of this so that perhaps that tree buffer that's in the middle of the road right now can move to the north side so that those residents maybe have a larger area for planting and parking, or, a more efficient area for planting and parking?
See if I can bring this a little tighter. There is a parking lane on both sides of the street right now. There's a parking lane along the northbound curb line and a parking lane along the southbound curb line. I very rarely see any cars parked on the southern side once you leave the sculpture area wing here. Once you get out onto Kirkham, I can't recall ever seen a car parked on the southern side. Occasionally, I do see some parked on the northern side, specifically if there's anything happening up around Barbary Park. Oftentimes, you'll get some cars parked along this section right here. So your question is, could we move the roadway, provide
Essentially what I'm
tree
saying-
buffer on that side? Is my understanding your
Yeah,
question?
let's say we take that 4 feet and add it to that little strip that's there now and, still have a nice area for tree buffer and sidewalk or, roadway
You
for
could,
bikes.
you could potentially do that. So you, instead of having it on the southern side, you're talking about having a biking lane on the northern side?
Yeah.
I had not thought of that, but yes, either side of that would likely be okay.
I mean,
Yes.
kind of just big pictures,
Yeah.
having some consideration of what goes in there without just saying, oh, we're gonna widen the road and lose some trees. So,
I did talk to, oh, sorry, Karen.
Gonna say, but the greenway is gonna be on the south side.
It hasn't been designed yet, so my idea was along the south side next to the Shady Creek Nature Sanctuary instead of in front of the homes, but it hasn't been designed or planned as of yet, so it could move to the other side. And that could be a decent design, because if you're currently the greenway is on that side of Kirkham anyways, that would reduce one crossing somewhere of getting across Kirkham.
mhm.
We did talk about this a little bit at Green Space last night with Yvonne, and she did talk about how dangerous it is to maintain those medians right now. She was supportive of taking them out. She did mention that the trees are probably getting root bound and are at their end of life, and her, informal recommendation was that maybe we have those trees replaced elsewhere, like maybe in the nature preserve or something like that, rather than in a median. She said anytime that you have kind of like a narrow strip, it's really hard for them to get machines and things like that. So something to consider when we figure out what we're replacing it with too is the maintenance. I mean, it's green space right now, so like it's hard to say, oh, let's rip it out, but it does kind of make sense to do it for the project. But what we replace it with, I think we'll want to see what that is, and if we can somehow incorporate trees or something in the replacement, that would be good. And like Emerson is concerned about what's going to happen on the other side with the GRG. I'm concerned what's going to happen going towards Larson Park. It's penciled in right now along Shady Creek. That's been a concern of people that live along Shady Creek. So if we could keep it on the roadway, either Kirkham or Lockwood, that would be a lot easier, I think, to get buy-in on rather than going and on the creek.
Yeah,
I know we're not there yet, but just every time it gets mentioned, I just want to throw that out
Sure.
there.
Scott, with the GRG, I don't have a ton of experience working with them. They would have, that bike lane would be, that greenway would be protected, right?
if it's on the street level, for sure, it would be
Mhm.
protected with some sort of bollards or such. If it's above the curb, then they don't always, we've got most of the greenway that we have is not protected because it's all above curb. So the
Mhm.
curb is the
Yeah.
protection. But if it's
Okay.
on the street, same level as the street, because their MSD is not tearing into that driveway or the parking lane on the southern side. So if we stayed at that level, then yes, we would have to figure out a way to either put a curb line down there or set bollards or some sort of protection there.
Yeah, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, but the advantage to putting the greenway on the south side is because there are no driveways. No
Yeah, no coming.
disruption for the driveways. And then, and they would be replacing the sidewalk, assuming the sidewalk's gonna get a little messed up too in this project. Would the sidewalk be replaced on the north side of the street?
MSD will not be touching the sidewalk
Okay.
on the north side of the street here. And down towards Lorraine Davis Park, there will be some sidewalks that are impacted, but along Kirkham here, there's the current piping and the new pipe will all be more middle of the street, so they won't be on the edges.
I can think of I guess the reason I'm being cautious is I can think of an example, not in Webster Groves, with the greenway and they reworked the roadway and the lane for parking is too narrow for residents to park in that. Essentially, it's along McCausland between Loughborough and Manchester. So that's kind of what I am just keeping in mind, that we make sure it's designed well.
So Scott, do you think we'll be able to see the design I mean,
Design of the Greenway or design of this MSD project?
Like to see
Well,
both of them at the
all of
same
it.
time.
well, I don't think we can see them at the same time. I don't think that's realistic, but I guess, maybe asking this question differently. Do you have enough information for what you need at this point in time? Or do you need something more specific from us? Because there have been several concerns raised that hopefully can be incorporated. What else do you need?
So I'll answer the first question first. MSD, we do have I'll make this smaller. We do have MSD's full design plans, what they're at right now with the, where the piping is, where their new routes are going to be, where it ends up in the sculpture garden and such. GRG has not designed anything yet. We have not started that project. We have not gone through any kind of right-of-way acquisition or determined the best route to get from point A to point B yet. So that's not something that's imminently going to happen. It will certainly could happen over the next 2 years before we get shovels in the ground. So I don't have anything to say those two things together. MSD staff has told them that this plan is likely okay to remove the medians. And as we were doing that, as we were going through design, but before we said, I don't have the power to say, yes, you guys can remove the medians. So that's why we're here tonight, to see if council is willing to let us move forward with this plan as is now, removing them and still work on all the issues that you brought up with access to the neighbors along the north side, as well as safety concerns and where that future greenway will come. And all that information will be worked on, and we would certainly bring that back to you before we got there. Again, MSD needs to get easements from us. So we'll be bringing more stuff back to you just for easements on this project. So you'll see it more, but as they're in the design phase and before they can move forward much farther in their right-of-way acquisition stuff, they kind of need an answer from us if we're willing to remove the medians so that they can keep traffic open in both ways, or whether we want to keep the medians as is.
I will say also, just given where the drawing is right now, that's a significant portion of the sculpture garden that's going to come out. And
It's actually not, this is all in the street, that street right there. So the only portion that's actually in the sculpture garden is this little piece right here. On the southern side, there's an access manhole cover that's in that.
Oh, now I
right off
see.
the
Okay,
sidewalk.
now I see it. Okay. I
this
thought
is-
I thought this triangle was the border of the park. Okay, that
No.
makes much more sense then.
I
Oh, good.
kind of hid these designs because they're kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Unless you really scroll into them really well. So this is Gore and Kirkham. This is their line here. That's the median.
And you can see
that
the
we're talking
curb,
about right
yeah,
there.
curb.
So the only portion
okay.
that's coming in the sculpture garden is this little section right here, which is probably 15, 20 feet worth of
Yeah.
work that will cross underneath that exposed aggregate sidewalk that's right there behind the wall. And they are going to protect the stone wall that's there. So,
Okay,
Do we
good.
know when the neighboring residents would be notified or contacted about this, like in the timeline?
I do not have a date for that yet. We wanted to ask your all's opinion
I
first.
just thought
and then-
generally, okay.
Yes, and then we'll be going with them. Sam, do you have,
Like just
when will
generally,
you guys start your easement and right-of-way acquisition?
yeah. So we already had one public meeting. It's not that uncommon that people don't necessarily get the letters, or I should say, I mean, they get the letters and they're like, I don't know, why do I care about this? We're going to be knocking on doors once our right-of-way agent has appraised plats in hand. Appraisals have taken anywhere from, 1 to 4 months at times, and there's quite a few here. So plus with that year period, depending on when the agent gets engaged, it may be towards the beginning of that period. It may be close to the end of that period. This is one of the busiest times that our right-of-way group has had. So I can't promise you that it's going to be within, 5 to 6 months. Somewhere in, I don't know. I have to be a little annoyingly vague, but at some point during that right-of-way period, and probably in around the 5 to 6 month period.
That's okay. And Dr. Peoples, will the communication all come from MSD or will the city also be reaching out to those residents?
We'll reach out as well. We want to definitely stay in our city lane, so to speak,
Absolutely,
though, and
yeah.
have MSD do the heavy lift on their portions. And which there's a wonderful segue. I was going to encourage any additional questions that we had, since we actually have our MSD partners here with us.
So those 10 houses will not be, Sam, am I correct? Those 10 houses are outside of any of your easement needs, so they won't be contacted by you. Is that correct?
We don't have any plans to contact them. Yeah, because again, all the sewer that's in Kirkham is on that southern side. We're not planning on even asking for any TCE or easement from any of those properties. They'll see the work, obviously.
So
But,
we definitely will.
Yes, so we would contact those residents and let them know that this street will be changing.
Thanks, I
And I-
appreciate it.
And I'll say, before we start digging, one of the things that we do is we do have another round of public engagement where we notify affected property owners that the construction is imminent, essentially, and we give them a point of contact with our contractor. So we'll do that, and we'll make sure to include people in that section of the area in that neighborhood when we hit them with that mail blast. But that'll be just before anticipated construction. So obviously, if you guys wanted to reach out before then.
We can include that information like in our Friday page
Yes.
or other announcements when it comes time.
Traffic flow and how traffic will be affected when the construction is actually going on will be stuff we'll put out as well as MSD.
All
Could-
right. Any other
could I-
questions?
Could I chime
Yes,
in with
please.
something, Scott?
Sure.
Yeah, so just so it's clear, the construction that we're proposing, in order to have enough room for us to construct the relief sewer and also leave traffic in one way in each direction, we would have to take the medians out during construction regardless. So the question really is, do we put it back the way it was when we're done with the construction, or do we, leave it with pavement? I don't know if that was entirely clear, but I did want to make that, just reiterate that in case it was, questionable. But in order for us to put this in the pavement where it's shown here with those dark lines and dark circles, and also to keep traffic two-way through this area, the MSD contractor would have to take out the median. Like, again, I guess the question is, what happens with restoration after the fact?
That's good to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Kurt.
Since we have them here, like,
Please.
what's the plan for the other side of Elm? Like, are we expecting traffic lane restrictions during that work as it's coming down from Lorraine Davis?
Yes.
I'm assuming we don't need any easements, or we would be talking about that too, but I was just kind of curious for traffic flow of our area, what that might look like.
So
All
as
fair
the
questions.
project will start, when it reaches Webster, it'll come underneath the creek and it'll pop out by the service center. And then from the service center, it runs in the street along Lorraine Davis Park and both sections of Lorraine Davis Park. There will be intermittent road closures during that time. The road will be open, but there'll be flaggers there. So you might have to wait 5 minutes as they finish loading the dump truck so the dump truck can leave. They'll be digging in one lane and they'll have dump trucks in the other that they're loading into and the southbound lanes. So the residents will also have access to their driveways along both blocks of that. And then as they get to the end of Lorraine Davis, they will shoot a tunnel underneath the church out into Kirkham. And then when they get into Kirkham, they'll run down the middle of Kirkham. And again, traffic will be available and open both directions, but it'll be down to one lane likely in either direction. The curbside lanes will be open in either direction. The two center lanes will be shut down for construction.
Okay.
Did that answer?
It did. It's just, it's a high traffic area. So I'm
It is.
curious how traffic patterns will change during that time, but that is not
Are you planning to commute maybe?
our concern. I take the Metrolink. I'm good.
All right.
So we've had many discussions with them over the last year on how to make all that work to try to keep the roads open in 2 lanes in both directions. And they've tried to help us out in designing it so they can do that so that we're not having to shut down. One of the other options was to shut traffic and only have it go one way in the morning and one way in the afternoon, and we didn't feel like that was a good solution. So to put it in the middle of the roadway where they're at now keeps one lane of traffic open the entire time. And they're not going to have the entire project tore up at one time. It'll only be,
Yeah.
you know, a block at a time as they're moving up the street. So
All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Appreciate it.
Kurt, Sam, thank you, sirs.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen.
So Madam Mayor,
you.
we still
Yeah.
have Mr. Helsher with MSD here with us to have conversation, opportunity for council to ask any questions on their new bond issues that passed and our OMCI funds.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Helsher, you're gonna come up, and Eric.
Oh, if you
Probably
would,
need-
I was
Yeah,
gonna say, if you
go
wouldn't
ahead.
mind just a quick review of what the OCMI is and how it relates to the new tax would be
Sure.
great.
Brian Holstrom, Executive Director, CEO at MSD. So with the passage of Prop S, and S is for stormwater, what's going to happen in general, and I'm Webster Groving this, so this will be just particular to you. So in calendar year 2024, the existing system stays in place. We'll still collect the OMCI, their operation, maintenance, construction improvement is what that abbreviation means. There are sub-districts that were set up in the 1960s to do this kind of thing. We don't really need them anymore, but they're currently in place. We now have a district-wide rate and they're kind of losing their purpose there, but those will stay in place through 2024. So it's a property tax-based system is how we collect revenues in those areas. Starting in 2025, the residents will still pay a property tax, will actually pay a real estate tax for tax year 2025. The OMCI is property tax, that's real estate and personal property. The Prop S is just real estate. In the end, for most residents, it's a break even. So they won't see any change in their cost when we come to 2025. For the non-residential customers, they're currently on property taxes. They will move to an impervious area charge. The total is identical, but if you have an expensive non-residential property with a really small impervious area, you're going to benefit. If you got a lot of impervious area, you may pay a little bit more. So it's just going to depend on what the different properties are. The amount collected there will be the same. The one change, well, first of all, and I won't go into the details, besides us being able to do more work for everybody, the one change that happens is right now the grant monies that are available through the 3 OMCIs that Webster is in a part of, you collect $254,000 per year available for grants. Because of the change in methodology, you will now have available to you $300,000 per year. So it'll actually go up $50,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, $50,000 per year will be available for grants. Same rules, actually looser. So in the OMCIs, you had to spend them in those little districts. With this other one, it is available for you to spend on stormwater anywhere you want, even if you want to spend it outside your municipal boundaries in cooperation with another municipality. So it's a much more flexible system. So that's where we sit right now. The idea of the starting point is to turn the OMCI, set the OMCI taxes to 0. There are 51 communities in OMCIs who either get the same grant or get more. There are 9 who get less. And if you think about it, the old collection system was based on the actual property values within a very confined area that generated more revenue. And therefore, for some of the Clayton, Ladue, some of those folks, they're actually getting less. So what we committed to do was we would go through a process, and if the elected representatives, municipal elected folks representing at least 70% of the residents in an OMCI wanted us to turn that back on to some degree and charge some dollars to provide additional local match, we committed to doing that. We're in the middle of that process right now. Webster doesn't happen to fall in that situation, but you will be involved. You're in 3 OMCI districts right now. One of them, we have interest from the municipalities in the Deer Creek OMCI district to have a discussion and let them decide whether they want to do something. We are going to be sending a letter out. We just got this done this morning. That's why I'm telling you right now. We'll be sending a letter out this week that says, hey, okay, here's what we're proposing. Here's what's kind of the consensus. If you want to support it, let us know. If you don't have to let us know. You can tell us you don't. What the cost is, what the plan is to set the OMCIs at 1/4 of what they were before. Right now, the OMCI in Deer Creek is about 6 cents per $100 assessed valuation. The proposal would be to set it, if the communities want, at 1.5 cents per $100 valuation for property tax. All revenues would go to the municipalities as municipal grants. MSD would keep none of the money. What that would do is in each OMCI, if it passed in each one, you would get half of what you're getting there now, in addition to what you're getting out of Prop S. So you already got 50,000 extra dollars coming now. So if every one of those passed, rounding off, you get $125,000 a year if all those OMCIs passed. We don't expect they will. Quite honestly, there's quite a few municipalities who said, look, cost of the residents the same. We're now making more or the same money in the grants. We got much more stuff going on in the area. We're not really interested. But I will tell you, the folks in Deer Creek are, so you are going to get a letter from us. The other two OMCI districts that you're in, the municipalities in the areas, they're not saying they want to meet, or some of them are saying we just need time to think about this. So you will be getting, at least for the one, you'll be getting a note. And the important part of this is, this is really going to be a municipal initiative. MSD is going to look for municipalities to tell us that they want to ask our Board of Trustees to turn that tax back on and to set that tax back up. It's going to require an actual written document from the municipalities by the appropriate person under whatever process the municipalities feel is appropriate, telling us they support that, knowing that when it gets presented to our Board of Trustees, the municipalities who have asked MSD to raise that tax will be made public. So we just want to be really clear about what it looks like. We're going to take our time doing this. There's no big rush. We've got till October to see if we can latch on and do something in tax year 2025. If for some of them, we just can't come to a conclusion, we can always wait a year and try it again the next year if the municipalities would like. But you will be involved in the process. And quite honestly, without input from Webster, I got a feeling it would probably, we get well over 70% support now. I think we're somewhere around 75%. And Webster hasn't responded to that as of now. So, but we will start the process and that's what it'll look like moving forward. That's the only piece that we're looking at. So hopefully that was a broad enough description and let you know the next ask that's going to be coming to the city.
Questions? Right. I just have one question. You made reference to, so this is adjusting the existing OCMI, which voters approved ever?
1960s, so it's pre-Hancock.
Okay,
It was a grandfather tax.
okay,
There used to be 23 of them.
yeah.
We've turned all of them off except the 7 that have currently they've asked to be on. So
Do we know if the adjustment requires going back to the voters at this point?
it does not.
Okay,
So we, every year, whether we collect taxes on it or not, we get the Hancock adjustment. All these started at 10 cents. That's why right now you're at 6 cents for this as being the maximum we can collect.
Okay.
None of this requires voter approval.
okay, thank you.
So what you just discussed, what we just voted and passed, this is additional revenues towards the same issue, towards the same stormwater issue. But it would require an additional tax on the residents. Or not. The consideration can be, no, we don't need any more than what came out of Prop S. We're fine where we are. We don't want any additional taxes put back in place.
And that was the additional 1.5 cents.
1.5 cents
Something, I can't
for
remember.
$100 assessed valuation.
Okay,
It is a cost of about $20 to $25 per year on your property tax for every $700,000 appraised value of a home. That's kind of what it works out to. And I've gotten that from folks, so there's some folks, some municipalities are very proactive on this. And that's kind of the common boundary that we're looking at. So we're going to run with folks have kind of said that's something for us to consider. And that's what you'll see in the letter that you'll get next week.
All right, other questions?
Do we need to know anything about Prop W or just Prop S?
Prop W funds this project you just saw. So Prop W passed. I guess I'll say this, we've got 4 years of increases. The public did decide to give us an additional $750 million worth of bonding. So we'll borrow the money, build those projects over the next 4 years. We've got projects until 2040. So we'll be back again 4 years later. Say, okay, for the next 4 years, how do you want to pay for those? The total cost of Project Clear, the consent decree, 7.2 billion. We've completed 3.7 billion. We've got about 3.5 billion left to complete by 2040.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Okay.
being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we do have some discussion for appointments to boards and commissions. So we did discuss tweaking our process a little bit. Would you like to hold these until we've had that discussion? That included letting chairs and staff liaisons weigh in so we can make that request. I don't think we have to re-interview anyone. And so I'll work on that with Katie so that we're ready to do this for our next meeting. Sorry, that's a long list we're hanging on to, and I'll explain it all. All right, so why don't we take 5 minutes? We'll come back for our regular meeting. I know we have lots of you here for the public hearing. Well, we had the public hearings and now we have some votes, so we'll do that shortly. So just 5 minutes and then let's get together and get the regular meeting started.
Here.
And are you recording?
We're recording.
All right, great. Welcome to the May 7th meeting of the Webster City Council. We welcome questions, ideas, and comments from persons in attendance. Members of the audience may comment only during our remarks from community and visitors are recognized by the mayor. We ask that you fill out a speaker's card if you'd like to make a public comment, and they're available right by the door as you come in. Each participant will be allowed 3 minutes in order to complete our agenda. That's the limitation on time. And we will get started with roll call.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Arnold,
Yes, here.
Councilmember Bliss. Here. Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander. Here. Councilmember Hickson Shepherd. Here. Councilmember Hassemeyer. Here.
All right, we have 2 proclamations tonight. The first one is in recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I'm going to ask some representatives from Webster University if they'll join me here in the council well, and I will read this proclamation and present it to you all. And Eric will take pictures. And figure out on my own how to turn it on. I cannot. But okay. First one. Come on, you guys come to the middle here and gaze into our crowd here. Someone has to stand this. Okay. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a month to celebrate and pay tribute to the contribution of all Asian Pacific Americans to American history, society, and culture. Whereas the month of May was selected as it honors the immigration of the first Japanese residents to the United States in 1843. Additionally, May also marks the completion of Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, constructed by the labor of mostly Chinese immigrants. And whereas on May 1st, 2009, President Obama issued Presidential Proclamation 8369 proclaiming May 2009 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders from all backgrounds have been inspirational examples of leaders and trailblazers and have a long-standing history of making esteemed, significant cultural, economic, and community contributions across the United States and the state of Missouri. And whereas a vast diversity of languages, religions, and cultural traditions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders is continuously fostered to strengthen the fabric of American society. Now, therefore, I, Laura Arnold, Mayor of the City of Webster Groves, and the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Webster Groves, and do hereby recognize the many contributions made by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States, the state of Missouri, and in our community. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's your university, so you get to take that one. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we have a second proclamation tonight about May as well. We're going to have not only Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but also National Cities, Towns, and Villages Month in May. So I will read that proclamation. The Nonpartisan National League of Cities, founded in 1924, is the oldest and largest organization representing municipal governments throughout the U.S., representing the interests of more than 19,000 cities, towns, and villages across the country. And whereas as the voice of cities, towns, and villages in Washington, D.C., the National League of Cities has successfully championed federal legislative solutions that support municipalities and has worked closely with Congress and the executive branch to educate policymakers on the realities of local implementation. And whereas the City of Webster Groves is a proud member of the National League of Cities and has benefited from the organization's research, technical expertise, federal advocacy, and opportunities to learn from other local governments. And whereas local governments are the bedrock of American democracy, providing 336 million residents with the most accountable, responsive, inclusive, ethical, and transparent government in the world. And whereas the City of Webster Groves was incorporated in 1896 and is proudly served today by Mayor Laura Arnold, council members Pam Bliss, David Franklin, Emerson Smith, Karen Alexander, Emily Hickson Shepard, and Jamie Hassemeyer, and currently has a municipal workforce of 292 active city employees, which includes seasonal staff. And whereas the City of Webster Groves will recognize the NLC's centennial on May 26, 2024, following the noon bell toll with 10 bell tolls, one for each decade. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Webster Groves hereby proclaim May 2024 as National Cities, Towns, and Villages Month in celebration of America's local governments and the National League of Cities historic centennial anniversary. Right. I want to, before we get started on our agenda, just take a second. We have with us today our newly named police chief, Vincent Aceves, and I wanted to give you a chance, if you'd like to just say hello.
Absolutely, Mayor. How's my volume? Can you guys hear me okay?
Very good, thank you.
All right, awesome. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to join you this evening, even though I'm not officially in my position yet. I think it's great to stay connected. So I'm happy to be here this evening and join you, and I'm really looking forward to starting with you and working with you on June 24th. I'd like to commend city leadership on conducting a first-class job search. I was honored to be included in such a great group of candidates. Additionally, as far as the job search goes, all the details were handled meticulously, and it demonstrated a great degree of professionalism on your part. So kudos to all of you. My wife, my two daughters, 11 and 14 years old, and we're really looking forward to coming down there on June 24th and starting a long relationship and getting invested in the community. And I'm really looking forward to working closely with the men and women of the Webster Groves Police Department and everyone in the community. So thank you for your time this evening. And I'm really looking forward to what's next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being with us here, especially since you're not really on the job quite yet. So thanks for your time here. We will go to the remarks from community and visitors. Just a reminder, if you would like to make a comment, if you could do a card. I have one card right now, and that's Rhonda Karsten. So if you'd like to come forward, name and address for the record, and then you'll have your 3 minutes.
You want my street address?
That's typical, or the street name.
68 South Old Orchard Avenue, 1 block west of Laclede, corner of Jackson and South Old Orchard. Stop by. Good to see you, Mayor. And I mean that sincerely. I do. I'm upset. Oh, my God, I look bad on camera. Chief Aceves, no disrespect to you whatsoever. I met him the other night. If you're listening, I mean that sincerely. I have nothing but admiration for what you do and where you came from. Obviously, I'm upset that Captain Perks, who I believe is well-loved, well-respected in this community, and as you all know, has served 27 years, was not selected. I know from speaking to several police officers in Webster Groves that they're shocked and upset. I don't need to say a whole lot about that because I already wrote it up in a letter, which is pretty hard-hitting, I'll say. I do want to point out that this whole thing about job searching and job vetting and all that, I respect that, even though it's not part of the charter. But I want to say that every single employee who works for Webster Groves, especially the police, know that Mr. Peterson was hired. The job was never vetted. He was brought in as a former colleague. applied for a communications job. A position came open to manage all of the finances in Webster Groves. At the time, he had no college degree, and he has a felony on his record for stealing money from a business. And I want to say to Mr. Peterson, my apologies. I don't care, and I'm not judging you in any way, what you did as a young man. But the morale problem that presents, and that has been said to me for years by our first responders, it's not a good look, and it's not okay. And especially based on the amount of money he's making and everything that was said about the budget in the last 2 years, people question that, as they should, because they don't see a professional in that role. And again, no disrespect whatsoever to Mr. Peterson. I understand he's a nice guy. That's not the point. So there's a lot I could say, but I just believe that this city needs to care more about all of the people who work for this city and have worked for years for this city. Over half are gone in less than 3 years. And that is a fact. It's not an opinion, and there's a reason for that. And I also want to say, if you're not aware, that in the first responder community, the people coming out of school, or especially the people transitioning from city to city, they have been saying for 2 years, don't apply to Webster Groves because it's a horrible place to work because you're not respected. And that hurts all of us. And anyway, thanks.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone online? If you would like to use the raise your hand function, you may do so to make a public comment.
Nothing.
All right, we will move on. Is there any member of the council, city attorney, city manager who have new business? We'll go to unfinished business. Councilmember Hassemeyer, could you call for the third reading of bill number 9249?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to call for the third and final reading of Bill 9249 and call for its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9249, third and final reading. An ordinance granting a conditional use permit to AM Clark and Sons, Inc. to permit the operation of an automotive repair and services facility use in an existing structure located on an approximately 0.98 acre tract of land at 7879 Big Bend Boulevard in the C Commercial District and matters related thereto.
Is there any discussion? All right, we may have the vote, please.
Councilmember Bliss? Yes. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander? Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hassemeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yes. Councilmember Alexander, could you call for the third reading of bill number 9250, please?
Second. Bill 9250, third and final reading. An ordinance granting a conditional use permit to St. Peter's Chains Church to allow a place of worship use in an existing structure on an approximately 0.5 acre tract of land at 407 Fairview Avenue in the A4 7,500 square foot residence district and matters related thereto.
Is there discussion? All right, we'll have that vote as well.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hassemeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss? Yes.
All right, Councilmember Franklin, could you call for the third reading of bill number 9251, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of bill number 9251 and subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9251, third and final reading. An ordinance granting a conditional use permit to Twinville LLC to permit the operation of a drinking establishment use in an existing structure on an approximately 0.08 acre tract of land at 8709 Big Bend Boulevard in the C Commercial District and matters related thereto.
Is there discussion? All right, thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hassemeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss? Yes. Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Bliss, could you call for the third reading of bill number 9252, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill number 9252 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9252, third and final reading.
An ordinance of the City of Webster Groves, Missouri, amending Chapter 53 zoning by amending uses related to tattoo and body piercing establishments in Code Sections 53.192 and definitions in Section 53.020 and matters related thereto.
Is there discussion? All right,
Councilmember Alexander,
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
Yes.
Councilmember Hassemeyer,
Yes.
Mayor Arnold,
yes.
Councilmember Bliss,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith, I'm going to ask you to call for the first, second, and third reading of Bill number 9253. And the compelling reason for all three is that we need to get the bond sale underway as soon as possible.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the reading of Bill number 9253, the first, second, and third reading and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9253, first reading. An ordinance declaring the results of the election held in the City of Webster Groves, Missouri on April 2nd, 2024.
Is there any discussion?
I just had a question about procedure. I thought we already,
So we did vote on this, but we didn't have the official results. We
Oh,
recognize
now that
the
the tally is
unofficial.
on there. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. That was my only question.
And the bond council needs this specific thing, right, Eric? Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a specific one. And also, we do need to do the vote on the compelling reason when
Right.
we get to that.
Which after this, I thought we would do that after the second reading.
All right,
Okay.
then let's have the second read.
Bill 9253, second reading. An ordinance declaring the results of the election held in the City of Webster Groves, Missouri on April the 2nd, 2024. Now, Mayor, I would recommend that that someone make a motion to do the compelling reason for the third reading tonight.
Councilmember Smith, would you continue with that, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the, what was it?
Third reading, compelling reason for the
Compelling
third reading.
compelling reason for the second reading, to put the official
Third reading
third reading.
for Bill
for
9253.
Bill 9253.
A second? Second. Okay. Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
Yes.
Councilmember Hassemeyer,
Yes.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
All right, may we have the third reading, please?
Bill 9253, third and final reading. An ordinance declaring the results of the election held in the City of Webster Groves, Missouri on April the 2nd, 2024.
All right, any discussion? Well, then we will vote on Bill number 9253.
Yes. Councilmember Hassemeyer,
Yes.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss,
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on to number 2 in our new business, and that is the Board and Commission Council Liaison selection. You submitted your preferences. I did my very best to meet preferences. Is there anyone who wants to discuss any of these? The one thing I will note is Councilmember Hassemeyer has been assigned the ARB, which meets twice a month, which is a lot. So Councilmember Smith generously offered to do a little bit more, maybe since he has some free time, and I will do the same. So we'll coordinate with you about how to figure out a schedule, so you're not feeling like you're tied to the ARB all the time.
And I should be good, but both of mine are on the same night, 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock on the first Monday. They were on my list. I knew that going in. I'm just saying, I don't think that'll be a scheduling issue, right? We should be good.
I don't think there's any desire to move any of these.
No, and I think I'll be fine going to
It'll be
both of
okay.
them.
I've done that. I've done
You've done
that.
it and
It's
it worked
very
okay.
nice because you just have it.
And then it's just
First Monday
and
you're
done. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's kind of, it's
And-
new for me.
And then we did discuss, and we will make this a priority, is to get the TAC to schedule a regular meeting time, even if they don't always meet at that time, so. We don't need to adopt these, do we? All right, so everyone has them. I'm going to suggest that for the month of May, we can keep our current, or unless you want to go to your new one in the month of May, you can, but that we just then start with the fiscal year with our new boards and commissions.
Just make a decision which way we're gonna go.
Want to start in June or in July?
Oh, June. I meant June. Did I say fiscal year? Yeah, let's just start new boards and commissions June 1st. How about? Does that work with everyone?
Yeah.
And just a reminder, if you know you're going to be unable to attend, please do invite someone else to go on your behalf and make sure you review the video. All right, next topic up is the council retreat update. We met for 2.5 hours almost, I guess, to talk about how we do our business as a council, which we had not done since I have been mayor. We've just been sort of doing some of the things. I thought it was a good conversation. Does anyone want to talk about anything in particular about that happened at the council retreat? Just as a general overview for people who might be interested, we talked quite a bit about what we as a council, what our responsibilities are, to one another, to the residents of Webster Groves, to the staff that work so hard. We also then talked about our role with boards and commissions, and then how we might keep the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan at the forefront of our activities. That's the big picture. Anybody want to add anything here?
You did a great job.
Well organized.
Great venue.
We started 20 minutes late, but we ended 20 minutes late. So we were just.
Katie was right. She told me there was no way that getting food would last 5 minutes, so.
It was good. It was just good to get with everybody and kind of recalibrate. So appreciated it.
And so you, members of the public may notice a few changes starting next council meeting. The work session will go back to our pre-COVID location, which is in the conference room. The reason for doing that is it's hard for us to have conversations with one another when we're not facing each other. That allows for greater conversation, I think, an interaction. At least that was the consensus. We're going to do a couple things slightly differently and get some input from board and commission chairs before placing new members on boards and commissions to make sure we're meeting the needs of the board and commission. And those are the two biggest ones that I can think of. And as Emily mentioned, we're going to work to move toward using the city system for communication and calendaring and things like that. All right. Now we have the main event for the night. Believe it or not, we are only now getting to the main event, and that is the beginning of our budget discussion and the 2024 quarterly fiscal update. Mr. Peterson.
Dr. People is going to kick it off. Right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm incredibly excited to be able to share the FY25 proposed budget and the manager's recommendations with you. This budget is a far cry different than the previous budgets that I've had the privilege of introducing to you because we're in a much better fiscal place. You will hear that throughout the budget presentation as we have opportunities to make many investments in our staff, in our city, and in our infrastructure. I do want to give lots of gratitude and thanks before I get started. The majority of that gratitude goes to Director Peterson. He is the finance director as well as the assistant city manager. Pretty single-handedly, he has been able to turn our budget around. You all will see that within the 5-year budget. You know that at one time we had several deficits projected. We don't any longer. So I won't steal his thunder. He will walk through all of that with you. I want to thank the directors. They and their teams have worked hard to implement the budgets that they were given. And as you know, they were some tight budgets in previous years. So collectively, our teams have done a fantastic job. So could not be prouder of this work or prouder of my colleagues. So with that, so thank you for people online as well, just in general. This is the link that will take you to our FY25 budget materials, as well as a deep dive into previous budgets. We have been incredibly transparent starting with the last 3 years of having budget materials and going back even further. So if people are just curious, whether it's certain departments, doesn't matter. You can find it all within that budget link. Okay, so here's the agenda, and just because some people are listening, we're going to have an overview. We're going to have a review of FY24 Q3 performance report and investment report. We're going to share those bottom line numbers of the FY25 budget. We're going to review the 5-year general fund plan, which again, it is just good news all across the board. We're going to review budget organization and chart of account changes. And of course, we will review my manager's compensation recommendations. All right, so Destination WG, preparing for the future, investing in our people, which are of course our greatest asset. Throughout my manager's recommendations and woven throughout the budget, what we're going to see are investments and discussions on recruitment incentives. As you all know, we have started the first recruitment incentive hiring stipends sign-on within the police department as a way to help attract. We've talked quite a bit about national shortages as well as regional shortages of officers. We're going to talk about compensation increases for our non-unionized staff. We're also going to talk about compensation and classification update. You may recall that in calendar year 21, we did the organization's first professional compensation and classification study that helped us level set. It is traditional to do updates to those full studies every 3 to 5 years. So we have an update proposed within the study. We are on the first part of that 3 to 5 years, but because of post-COVID and the way the markets have changed so much, we are woefully behind in the salary schedule. So including that update is incredibly important. Also, you'll see updated workplace environments. We know that salary is incredibly important to employees, but we know that that's not the only factor. Research shows, and there's lots of market research right now on what helps employees stay. And so it's the employee environment. This past year, we've invested quite a bit on getting staff new desk chairs, focusing on ergonomic comfort. They could have, new keyboards, that sort of thing. We've made those standing desks as we focus on wellness. You're going to see some of those additional investments in this year's budget, as well as revamping the staff break room. Things like that come at a pretty low cost, but are incredibly important to the people that spend so many hours at City Hall and of course at the service center. And then we've worked really hard to update and improve our benefit programs. So whether it's health insurance, some of our add-on programs, as you all know, we piloted in calendar year 24 and FY 24, the lifestyle benefit program. That, just for folks that aren't familiar, we had some cost savings in human resources. So we invested that back in staff, including our unionized staff. They were able to have $150 to spend on wellness activities. It could be a brand new pair of sneakers. It could be a massage. So we've been trying to do those things. We have not included the lifestyle benefit program in the continued budget, but you'll see there's some other benefit opportunities. Just as we are investing in our employees, we're also investing in our city. You will see throughout the budget presentations, the directors have aligned with our strategic plan, as well as the Destination WG Prop W initiatives. The same is true as the investments we're making in our city. I'll look towards Councilwoman Hassemeyer, as she used to be on the Sustainability Commission, and she was very heavily involved in our sustainability plan that was adopted by council. And through some of those efforts, we have our first sustainability coordinator with the city, but more importantly, across the region and municipal government. So we're a leader in that fashion. That grant funding was for a part-time sustainability coordinator. It was for 1 year and it is coming to an end. So you will see within this budget a proposal to carry that funding forward, showing our continued interest and investment in sustainability. We will talk about our Destination WG investments throughout, and those are largely Prop W related. I talked a little bit during work session about the comprehensive plan launch that also focuses on Journey to Destination WG. We're going to continue those activities throughout this year. You'll see that woven in. And then of course, our Safe Streets for All grants as well. All right, as already noted, I believe the directors for the first time this year, as you all know, the strategic plan is new. They have aligned their budget request with the strategic plan. Again, tying in our investment in employees and our investment in the city and how we're staying focused on what those top values are that have been identified through the strategic plan. Mr. Peterson's going to share with you some new formulations for the chart of accounts. It helps foster transparency and efficiencies. And so those are new and exciting as well, if you can get excited about looking at budgets. And then I'm incredibly excited this year that we have presented a balanced budget within the general fund. That is huge, considering where we have come. Again, a huge thanks to Director Peterson on that. Not only is it balanced, we've got a $26 surplus. That is a big deal considering where we've come from. So. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Director Peterson and he can tell you about that $26.
Whoever can find it can buy me lunch next. It seems that budgets in Webster Groves have caused me to lose sight of spreadsheets, so I apologize for the glasses here, and I'm gonna be doing the look over you all, but we had an interesting year, and I want to again echo the city manager's comments and thank our colleagues for their great work. I really want to thank Gregory Donovan for his work. He's been an unsung hero in the finance office. Today, he was putting books together because we weren't going to be able to make a FedEx deadline to have it printed outside of City Hall. So I just want to point out that we have professionals who, you know, have high broker licenses and things like that, that are helping to put together books because that's what public service is. And what we do together in this place is to serve the people. So I want to thank all of my colleagues and my team in finance and also all the directors and the great work they have done this year. We have some really exciting news for 24 and also for 25. As you can see, this is our all funds budget for this current budget year, since we're giving you our quarterly update. We had a $30 million budget, pretty much writ large, about 440,000 in deficit, as we expected with all the one-time spending. That has flipped over. As we've looked at project priorities and such, we're going to be in a surplus for this coming year again in all funds. And you can see where we were at this point in 23. So we'll have a successful year here. In 23, it's looking like in all funds. That of course includes the closing out of the American Rescue Plan and such. And there we go with the general fund. We have revenue and appropriations. We had a $37,000 surplus built into the budget. Actual year to date, we're at 1.2. You can see we're well on our way. 82% of the revenues in, 76% of appropriations. We've all had small budget meetings. I told you about property tax collections being slow, and then of course the next day we get property taxes in. So I'm so glad I raised an alarm bell for you all. But I'm really happy with the numbers that we're seeing in 24. I think there's capacity there. We're right sizing some of the projects and such and getting those squared away. So you're gonna see some of them come into 25 as we got truer cost estimates, but that's allowed us then to take some smaller projects and put them on the plate in places that needed to happen in this current fiscal year. To Mr. Donovan's credit, he is our investor, the man who makes our money work for us. We have $27.2 million in total investments in cash for your quarterly report. We have invested 12.4, so we're 54% liquid. Our yield spread is between 2 and 5.45%. We don't like inflation, but it's working for us right now in the limited way that we can invest. So we're at a weighted average yield of 4.92% as of the end of April for the quarter. And I will say that as we look at interest ahead for 25, obviously inflation, what the Fed is going to do is going to be a big piece of our conversation, thinking ahead of what the year ahead brings for us. And so with that, I'm happy to turn to the proposed budget. The book is published as well. And for those online, this will be published after I'm done here. So you get the first crack at it all. It's really interesting. I'm learning how to do this. We have a big budget. I think probably one of the biggest Webster Groves has ever had, at least in recent history. We are going to have a $45 million budget this year because of property.
May I pause you a minute? Is there a way to move?
I can move.
Is there, just sort of, I don't mean to offend our new chief of police, but.
He was right in the way, wasn't he?
Thank you. Sorry if I disrupted your chain of
No,
thought.
that's fine. It's fine. I've been thinking about it too much. So
Our proposed budget, $45 million in revenue. Now that includes Prop W bond revenue, but it is the largest single revenue line that I can find in recent history in the budgets here for the city. $41 million in scheduled appropriations so far, pending your approval. And that certainly can change, can go up. That is not even touching all of our 22 million in capacity on the bonds. And we'll talk more in depth about that. That $3.6 million surplus is really encompasses the bond revenue that is not programmed yet. So Destination WG, Prop W investments that just simply haven't been put in the budget lines. But that is a good sized budget, as you can see, $13 million more in revenue than this current year, 11 million more in spending. So quite some things to manage coming up. In our general fund, we have talked a lot about making our ongoing or recurring revenue match with our ongoing or recurring expenses. That's the definition of the deficit. Those over time expenses and revenues matching up. We have decided to break them out just so you can see them easier in the budget, and not just you, but our citizens and residents and all those who are interested. And so our ongoing revenue is coming in, looks to be coming in this year at about 20.8 million. We're going up to 22.5. I'm going to explain that's a big change in the pension tax on how it's booked and accounted. I'll explain that. That's why we have 2.8 million more there. That's 1.5 is of the pension. Our ongoing appropriations, as you can see, match that, and that's where we get that $26, not 26,000. So a typo on my end. I got a little overexcited about $26, but the 22.517 is our spending. We have broken out our one-time costs in the general fund to $119,000. I want to thank our colleagues for doing that. I have not yet broken out the other funds. We can easily do that. I want your feedback though, as we're going through this. If you keep looking at this one-time thing and it doesn't make sense to you, or you're not seeing it, let's talk about how we can make that better so we can move these around and such. Doesn't have to be my way. It's meant to help you all see those numbers easier. So I want to be very clear. We have a $26 budget surplus. We expect our revenues to come in over our expenses this year. Obviously, our expenses are higher. Inflation has done great for us on sales tax, and it's hurting us on our costs. We're paying more for stuff. And I appreciate our colleagues looking at what are the one-time costs, so we don't get those built into our ongoing assumptions. And in our 5-year fund plan review, for those of you who remember, we obviously took a look at our averages, a rolling average backwards built on our growth rate of services and goods and what we spend versus our growth rate of revenues, and they were out of bounds. We're about 5% cost of our goods going up every year and about 1% in revenue. I certainly want to I have to give a little credit to inflation. Our sales taxes, we didn't single-handedly do this, but the hard work that you all did and that the manager and the leadership and departments did has really changed. And when we take a look, I think you're all going to be really surprised here, but we have flipped the structural deficit for Webster Groves. We now have an average growth rate built looking back 5 years, so through COVID, of revenue over 5% a year growing. And we have pulled our expense rates down to 2-some%. Now, obviously, personnel are still the biggest chunk of the general fund, and there's still could be some volatility, but I just want to give congratulations to you all. That is a big step to take. If you remember, that chart was exactly opposite. The green line was down below and the red line was on top. So we are anticipating having budget surpluses going forward if we manage the rate of growth in both the expenses and also the revenues. And I would just point out, and you'll hear me say this so many times this year, we cannot plan for the volatility of what will happen with the economy. We do not know what it will happen with inflation. We were all thinking we're maybe coming down on that nice soft landing, and then we tick back up this month. Now, 1 month does a trend not make, but it is certainly something to be watchful of. And we are a sales tax based organization. You will see that when you look at our revenue. I wish we had more property tax anchoring that to make us more stable. But if consumers panic and stop buying, we will feel that immediately. We feel that within a month. So when we look at those numbers, we have, you see in the blue on the bottom here, and I have provided this all for you, and it's on our website as well. The blue is where we book our one-time revenues and expenditures. This is our proposed budget, so this gives the first cursory review, and there will be a little tweaks here as we reach in and make sure we got all the one-time revenues pulled out or all the one-time expenditures in the past so that the estimates work out right. But as you can see, on the top is our costs, our expenses by classification, and that average has come down to 2.78 in rate of growth annually in that cost increase. Our revenues really driven by sales tax. As you look at below that line, come out to be 5.2174%. So almost double that rate of return. That is just great news for us. And what that means when you look at the balance totals and the fund balance, you see that growing. Okay, we're now in a place where we have got enough cash that if we don't spend it all, we can stock up on the reserves. That also leads us into the fund balance conversation, because how much reserve should we have at some point? And how much do you keep on hand? The measure of success, in my opinion, of our finances is not how much we're saving. That's not government's job to save everything it possibly can, because obviously citizens are you're taking on in taxation. The fund balance is also very strong. We have a great fund balance right now. We start this budget at 14.928 million in cash in the fund balance. Start 25. And so that means that we're at 66% of the budget at the start. If managed like we expect to, we'll get to 68% by the end of the year.
And this is the general fund.
Yes.
So it is not, the fund balance projections are not inflated by the Prop W.
That's correct. Prop W
Yeah,
is
so
not involved
that's
in any.
not here at all. So
No.
that's not something we can say. It just looks a lot better
Nope.
because we've got that
That's correct.
money. Yeah, so we have just colleagues, Marie and I have talked about dedicating work session time to our fund balance and our fund balance policy. Because this is, I mean, my own personal opinion is that we're holding on to taxpayer money here. And that's not, I don't think that's our job, but so that'll be coming with, I think by summer, sometime this summer, I think is where we have it tentatively scheduled.
We've already got it spent about 6 ways, so don't worry. We'll give.
Oh, no, I know. And, you know, we've got other contracts to
Sure.
negotiate and all
Yep.
sorts of things, so.
Exactly. We know that costs are going to keep going up. We are just in a very good spot with our revenues, the hard work that people are doing. You know, despite staff changes and the workforce changing around us. I think of permit fees down in planning and development are just going gangbusters. Parks and recreation, just the strength of those revenue streams going into this budget. So that really speaks well to our community and to you all about what we see here. We will also update this kind of 5-year plan for every fund in the city. That's on our website. We will do that over the next week, so that as we go through the budget process, you have a full picture of what we expect to see in the stormwater fund and in the street fund. This is obviously our biggest fund and our discretionary spend. Want to make sure you have that information out of the gate. Any questions at any time, feel free to ask. In terms of budget presentation, this is obviously.
I'm going to stop you just for a minute because we do have to stop. I mean, I know all of us, I find this document astounding, not because I don't believe it, but because it does represent such a huge amount of work from all these people sitting in this room, as well as some people on Zoom. And so before you go on, I think I speak for all of us when I say thank you, because not only do I think we understand the budget better, because there's more information for us, but this, you weren't kidding when you said there's good news coming.
Remarkable work, a remarkable turnaround.
Mhm.
It's hard to articulate how well this positions the city moving forward, whether we're talking about contracts, whether we're talking about new parks, ADA equipment, whatever it is beyond even Prop W, the city is well positioned. And as Director Peterson said, the economy is going to do what the economy is going to do. And so we don't want to, get too overly excited, but no matter how you slice it, we went through some really hard times and we have made the appropriate turnarounds. So thank you, Mayor, for that acknowledgement.
In terms of budget presentation, budgets are a moral document of values and a plan for the future ahead. We wanted to be able to provide a more comprehensive and engaging budget picture. Most people look at this document that we just talked about, the 5-year plan, and they immediately ask me, now, how do I read this and where's it go? How do we make this budget? How do we make the city's finances, which are crucial to the things that we want to do as a community, something that the kitchen table can understand, right? You know, and along that way. I'm very happy that Tiara Thomas is joining us during the midst of this budget process in public affairs. We've had some great conversations about how to involve storytelling in the budget process for you all in telling the story and for us as city leaders, but also internally as well to our fellow colleagues. And then adding more video and graphic opportunities to the budget, not just having a big 280-page book. That's really fun read at night. So our budget website, for those folks who are wondering and listening, will not just have a link to this big document. It's going to be a more of a living and breathing place where the narratives can be updated as we're making decisions and such. It's going to have a series of tabs so you can click on Public Works and then drill down into what street maintenance got in its budget right there in line in the website and such. So we're not buying a program to do that. We're doing that within the system we currently have, but we think it's a good test out because it's going to allow us to add some of those visuals and those other things that help tell the story better on how our budget works and how we invest the funds that the citizens give us for services here in the city. And so we want your feedback too. That's my last bullet point there. Not only just about how the chart of account looks, but you know, how we're doing on the budget and telling the story and what you think we can do better. And or if we're doing great. So
What year we in on the 5-year plan, number 3?
we're in number 3. Yes, we started in 22.
22.
Yeah. So we're going into the 4th year. So
That's good. It's amazing that we was able to turn around in 3 years.
I'm gonna engage you in budget organization now and take you through the book just a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about all this. First of all, we've added a new fund. Since we passed Destination WG in 2024, we decided Fund 24 is a good number for Destination WG. So all of our bond revenue, just like Firehouse 2 was in 20, all of our bond revenue for Destination WG will go in 24, even if we don't sell some bonds for some time. They'll always be there. And then those expenses will be paid out of Fund 24. So that is a new fund. It's in the chart of accounts. You'll be able to find it in the Parks and Recreation budget in that tab. I also really want to highlight investments, and the manager was very clear that sustainability and business development are not just niche little offices anymore or things that we do because we feel like we should. These are values that the city has and has invested in. And so they have been promoted up in our chart of accounts to a program, 88 and 89. They're in finance and administration this year simply because we've always had these tabs, and I knew I could change so much, but not everything in one shot. So, so some of these things will be continuing to morph, maybe even this year as we work on a more engaging budget picture. And then we've involved something called sub-programs. So we have never used a sub-program before in Webster Groves. It's in our computer system. Essentially, it's one more line of numbers in the string, the account string, we call it. For those at home, you don't want to see how we have to write checks here and how we account for things, but these sub-programs live within a department. So I'm going to use number 20, which is information technology. Information technology is program 6, but it has sub-program 20. And that is where our enterprise and non-departmental softwares are going to be at. So think of, we hear about Magnet that's used across much of City Hall, our Microsoft licenses. Those enterprise-wide type of functions and software and technology are going to be in that sub-program. Finance has this as a very similar one as well for the utility costs that the city pays, our leases and such. Very important, and this gets to the transparency conversation that the manager mentioned, that people know that finance isn't a $1.9 million office. The 4 people in finance aren't taking $1.9 million in salaries. That's a huge spend to help run the city. And so by creating that sub-program, they can on one piece of paper get that distinction that is being made. The same in IT as well. So that's what those sub-programs are. They run right in the order that they print out in the budget book. So you'll be able to find them. They're always next to each other because they're tied together, but they do separate out those accounts. We also created sub-programs for our boards and commissions so that you can all, as you talk to your members on commissions, you can have one-click access to what's in my budget, how much have we spent, how much do we have left. So each of these boards and commissions here, I believe, with the exception of one, has been had money put in. If they had the $1,000 over the past couple of years, that's been restored to them again this year. That was an assumption on our part from the manager's office. Some of the commissions did send in full requests. We have not changed them in any way. I don't know if the city manager will have comments when you meet with the boards and commissions next week, but they're entered as they are, with the exception of the business districts. I'll explain when we get in that pretty piece of it. And then we have one-time accounts. This is how we are to make it easier to understand our 5-year plan and such. So I'll use the city clerk, for example. City clerk's program is 10, and she now has a sub-account called 60, which is a one-time account. So if we have one time that the city clerk's budget needs to have one time, not something in years ahead, there's that program, a sub-program exists now. These are the ones that have been created so far. With all due deference and respect to Director Davis, I didn't think we needed 12 for Parks and Recreation. I figured 2 could do it. So for one-time spending, but he can convince me otherwise if he feels differently. The also included is revenue. I want to be very clear, we have not booked or made assumption of any one-time revenue, but we do get some every year. So we've left this pretty bare bones to start to let us all feel our way into this and make sure we're in a comfort spot. But we do have 50 in revenue. Things like the insurance settlement proceeds. We always end up with a couple of settlements like that. The opioid settlement that's coming in is really not even being budgeted. It's sitting in its own separate account, but that would be a one-time account to that. This is where I did want to talk about pensions and the big change in the revenue. I think I'm going to make you all open your books now just because it's a lot easier to go there. But if you go to page, I apologize, some of the page numbers look a little cattywampus. Eric's real good with Adobe these days. We're going to be going to property taxes on page 50, I believe it's 51 of the revenue budget. It should be the first page of the revenue budget in the general fund. Before we make this change, the general fund receives the general fund property tax and the general fund personal property tax. Also receives the delinquent property taxes for the general fund, and it receives utility real property. So the railroads and Ameren facilities. The pension fund receives the pension tax currently. And what you don't have happening now is the cost of pensions being reflected in the cost center, the department or program where the employee is at. So I'm going to pick on fire because they're the easiest ones to show. But if you all look at the example on the screen, you see that red bar there that says employee pension. That is not in the current budget in 24. The pension is not in the general fund where all the other spend for the fire department is coming out of for the cost of personnel. It's over in the pension fund. So if you're a citizen and want to know what's the fire department cost, what's the police department cost, what's the finance department cost, what does any department cost that may have a pension, you've got to go find 2 numbers, do some math. This will now change and have everyone's pension cost will be listed right in their own chart of accounts. All of our departments and programs, you will have employee pension. You'll have also then general pension, non-pension tax, because our general employees, those of us who don't wear a badge, fire, police, non-fire and police, we have some general fund support of our pension and some pension tax support of our pension. I know it's really confusing, but there's 3 different lines that represent the pension, and they will exist in everybody's payment category in the personnel services. The pension tax will come to the general fund. So we've added those numbers. They are number 505, 506, 507, 508, and 509. On the top of the revenue there, you see those extra, the new 500s in the property tax. All zeros all the way over until the right column. The pension tax is estimated for this coming year to be about 1.1 million. And then obviously there's personal property tax and the utility as well. And there's delinquency, which I'll get to in a second, as well. The pension tax will go towards those pension cost centers. At the end of the year, we add up all the pensions that the pension tax had to pay for. And if there's any money left in the pension tax that's in the general fund, it is a fiduciary holding of the city. We need to move that to the pension fund. Okay. Mayor Arnold put this best when we talked about it. The general fund is going to be our transaction space. We got a savings account for the pensions over in the pension fund. So at the end of the year, we take any residual tax that's left over from the pension and put it back in the pension fund. We use that to pay for future liabilities. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, we paid down a bunch of unfunded liability to bring a rate down. That's what the pension fund can be used for. So the pension fund will still exist. We will still save money. We will honor our fiduciary upholding, But now you get a full transparent accounting of what the pension cost is right next to all the employees who are receiving them.
Eric, can I ask a
Yes.
question about pension fund? This is like one line of fringe benefits, right? So we are paying a little bit of this for every employee. This isn't a reflection of who's drawing a pension at this
That's correct.
time.
So it is a reflection of who's drawing and how the actuarial study is going to determine our rate we pay in. So it's, I believe, February, we get a rate number that then affects about 14 months out. So we got for July of 24, this year we're going into in 25, we got the number in February of 23, okay? And so police have gone up in pension cost. Their rate has gone up. Fire and general employees have come down. So we used to be really flushed in the pension tax and it wasn't much of a concern. You always had cash flow. We need to watch the pension tax very closely now because we're duty bound by what the citizens vote. It goes to public safety, those two departments first, and then a remainder to general employees. So we've got that job to watch that cash flow along the way.
How many different types of rates do we have? Three.
In the logger system, there's fire, police, and general.
Okay.
So when we say general,
Same.
not
Everybody
fire, not
else.
police, everyone else.
Thank you.
If you are a full-time benefited or part-time, I think you have to be at a 0.8 or above. You would automatically be into loggers because you work so many hours. Period.
Eric, can you explain to me, I'm a little confused by the 400s on this
Sure.
page. Where are those numbers on the FY 25 coming from proposed? Like, where do you get, like, for instance, real estate tax credit? Where do you get that 1.1 from?
So that 1.1 comes off of, so we don't have the assessed values yet for this coming year. This is our problem with taxes. We're always making these estimates based on the last past performance.
The only reason I ask is because on page 1 of 7, I don't know what page this is exactly, but it's the general fund revenue and it says property tax says 2.9.
That's correct. So if you look down right at the top of this page that you're at,
Yeah.
you look down to the bottom, 2.9 is this year, the whole property taxes, all those different lines, because the pension tax is being added in where it has historically not been. It's gone to the pension fund in the past.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And where was it before?
It was going to Fund 10 in the pension tax. So if you go through in revenue, you flip about 3 more pages, Madam Alexander, you will find Fund 10 on page 56. You will see Fund 10 is the pension fund. The pension fund will keep its interest. Okay, we'd have no need for it at this time for the expensing. So the investments that Mr. Donovan's making with those monies, the pension fund will keep the interest, about 40,000 a year. But you can see we have moved the property tax to flow into the general fund. And then will be transferred back any remaining balance that will go into the fund balance.
But the 505, 506, 507,
Those are new numbers.
and where were those?
They were in
funds
401,
previous?
402,
They were in
403.
401, 4.
We, to the residents, they see one property tax on their bill for the city of Webster Groves, but it's really 4 different taxes. So because we have always put them in 4 different funds, we've always used 401, 402, 403, 404 for all those property taxes because they're in different funds. Now, obviously, since we have 2 of them going to one fund, we need a way to separate them. And that gave us those 2 object numbers or account codes. Because we want this to be very clear. Anyone who wants to know where the pension tax goes, it's add up these 5 lines and that's where the pension tax should go.
And these numbers aren't just like the same because of the interest?
Which numbers are you on the pension fund or on the general fund?
I'm on the pension fund. Well, I'm looking at the pension fund, the pension real estate taxes and the 505.
Okay, up in the general fund, yep.
9, okay. And you're saying that those came from?
In past years, they were paid they were deposited in Fund 10, which you find on page 56,
In Fund 10,
and they were under 401.
and
So
they
if you-
were under 401.
So if you look at the 401 there on that one for estimated, it's 1.18 million.
Right.
And then when you look ahead to our our estimate here, we have 1.129
Right.
for this coming year. So we are simply moving where that check goes from this account. We're now putting it in this account where we're spending.
But why are they not the same? If we're just moving it from one place to the other?
Because the taxes will have probably a slight increase in taxes because of net new construction, different assessed values and such. Because of,
Different fiscal years.
yeah, different fiscal years and different tax years. So you're gonna have the next tax, September assessments are gonna be due in, and then we'll end up going through that process again.
But so we had like number 402, real estate taxes delinquent was 5,000, but if we look over real estate taxes delinquent in the new account, that's 40,000.
The delinquent accounts count for many years. So people can be delinquent for many years, and when we get them, because we just put them in the delinquent spot, that they're not current. So we got a check the other day and it was some 2016 taxes. That goes in the delinquent account. Obviously, there's interest. That goes in the interest on property taxes. So the delinquent accounts you can never look at as it's just gonna, we have in the past, I should say, we have looked at delinquent tax accounts as just sort of existing around the 5,000 mark. But we don't know, because some years you may get a lot. We had $360,000 worth of property taxes protested this year. So they were paid under protest. Those monies are now being released to us after certain court actions and such. So they'll be coming in, solving that property tax problem that I told you about, which helped us really firm up what we understood about some of the property taxes. Again, the fundamental issue of property taxes, as you all know with the Hancock Amendment, is we have huge value growth in this wonderful city we live in. Houses cost a lot more, but that doesn't mean more revenue for the government. So the rate goes down. So we go through that every October.
On kind of that same topic on the 402 under the general fund, we've got a change from 5,000 to 80,000. Is that what you're talking
Yes,
about,
the
where we just
protest-
got
so
the protest vote?
Those taxes under protest are now delinquent.
Okay.
So they would be going to the delinquent
So
account.
that's
we-
why that number
and
has
going, yes,
changed.
and looking at our revenue estimates, this is now, it is a probable and plausible action that we are going to see an increase in that delinquency for some time as these come in. So.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay. Also want to talk about business district and the park services. Director Davis and his team, they do an admirable job every year of taking care of them. The business districts have worked under a transfer model for many years, meaning that we take some revenue, we transfer it over to the general fund pays for all those costs. We have to estimate, we generally estimate pretty spot on. The audits have always been complimentary of us in that regard, but we now have the ability to bill direct with our time, of our staff, to be able to bill their time in which business district direct, and then also for commodities. And so we have, the manager and I discussed, and we have set it up now that we will bill the districts direct for those costs, the commodities and such. That will also give the districts better and more firm assurances. I know Councilmember Smith knows this, but Old Webster is certainly talking about their revenue. Councilmember Bliss with BDC, as we've talked about the SID possibilities. The business districts we consider them the old model. Their revenue streams are property taxes. Nobody really wants to pay more property taxes. And the business license surcharge. So you're pretty flat, you're not getting much more. So they're dealing with rising costs, desires to do more with a pretty flat budget. And so they made some recommendations to the manager that they wanted the city to pick up more of their costs, come off of the district fund. They were not included in this budget, but I think we are leading ourselves towards the conversations about how do we help make them sustainable in a way. But I do want to point out that this is a way we can do that because it's been an estimate every year. Did we get it right? Did Old Webster pay enough or too little? Did Crossroads pay enough or too little along the way? The park staff does great. It's just going to be a matter for them now billing their time direct rather than going through an estimation process. It also, from my perspective, transfers are easy and we do them a lot, but the less transfers we do down in the bottom lines of the budget, the easier it is for people to see, did we really have the money that we were spending or not, or where did the funds come from? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But on 56.
Okay.
We had 401, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Which I think we're carrying, that transfers over to on page 51, 401, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
But they're budgeted at zero revenue for this year.
But so where is what is the number that I'm looking at when I'm trying to reconcile?
Sure.
Where the 505 through 509 transferred from? I see we say 10, Fund 10 pension fund. Where do I see the number for the
Okay.
10 fund?
If you go to revenue on the first page, so 401 in the pension fund that you were just looking at, that's at 0 now,
Mhm.
and that was at 1.18. That 401 is now 505. And 402, which is real estate taxes delinquent, is now 506. 403 is 507.
So that doesn't coincide with the 401, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that's on the same page.
Because if we did that, we'd be putting two property tax streams in the same account, and then we'd have to do more work to try to figure out, did we put all the pension tax towards pensions? So we created two accounts, two separate set of accounts, numbers, so that we could easily identify, did the pension costs go right to pension?
But wouldn't we expect then for 401 and like those numbers to be at least add up? I mean, we wouldn't expect to be, I mean, I can't see where I have the total amount being transferred, even if it is being split out.
I think the easiest way to look at it, if I can help you.
Because
and
we end up with 2.9 million
Mhm.
instead of
1.4.
1.4, yeah.
1.4 plus the 1.3.
Yes. So if you look, Madam Council Member, if you look under the 2024 amended budget column on the front of the general fund, this budget right now that we're still in, 1.49 is our property taxes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you go to that same column in the pension tax, you're going to add another 1.3 in this current budget. We're putting them in two different funds in this current budget. They're going to go in the same budget next year. The same fund, excuse me.
Okay, the 1.3 that's here. And that's how we come up with the 2.9.
And then there's obviously some adjustments for interest and some other lines in there that are getting increases.
I'm going to ask, given the time and how much more we have to go, that maybe the two of you could spend some more time on this outside the meeting.
Sure. Absolutely. Manager's recommendations, I'll call City Manager Peoples back, but I'm happy to answer questions as we go, and I'll be back with Finance and Administration. But
All right. Thank you. Okay, so within my budget that I have proposed, there's a 5% cost of living increase for all non-union staff. That 5% is built into the budget numbers that you have already received.
already there.
It's already there. It's already built in. That add to the general fund is about $345,000. Just in terms of giving council some other options, as we had our small group budget meetings, some various numbers came up. You also see 7% cost of living there. That 434, round up 435,000 is all in with the 7%. It's actually only about $80,000 more than the 5% COLA. So that's just to give you some comparisons. You may recall last year, Director Peterson had the real-time spreadsheet that we could play with. We have that this year as well. So should council want to look at different COLA variations, we can plug that in. You can see real time what the difference is. So if you think perhaps, the sweet spot is 6%, we can plug that in. If you think 5% is too hefty and you want to see what perhaps 3 or 4% look like, we can give you those answers real time. It is my recommendation, as I've already shared, the 5% increase, which is built in. previously city staff, it's been quite some time since we have seen increases within COLA at this amount. Last year, council graciously gave the 4%, and we also had the various stipends. Before that, we were level at 2%. So the 5% is a pretty big swing, and I do recognize that. However, you all have heard the inflation discussions. We know where we are in market with employee salaries. So I feel pretty confident within that 5%. Well, I want you to keep on looking at that 5%. Okay. Okay, so I am also recommending, in addition to the 5%, service stipends. This is pretty similar to the stipends that we did last year, except for it has a little bit of a different twist as it rewards those employees that have spent longer service with the city. So as you can see there, $1,000 for employees that have been with us 1 year, $2,000 for 2 years, $3,000 for 3 years, and then $5,000 in a service stipend for employees that have been with us 5 years. This is a one-time cost. We can also use that budget tool that I mentioned if you want to look at different salary amounts. This salary, or excuse me, the service stipend is not included in the base cost of my recommendations. Should council want to move forward with some type of service stipend, however it looks, I would recommend that that come from our reserve funds. And we've already heard that there is plenty of funds within the reserves. This is a very appropriate use of the reserve fund. As I have recommended it and listed here, it would be about a $205,000 one-time cost.
Dr. Peoples, is
Yes,
there a
ma'am.
4-year one or?
There's not, that they would just get that 3-year. They wouldn't be left out. They would just
would
get
get the
that
3-year.
3-year mark. Absolutely. So thank you for asking that question. It includes everyone, those employees that have not been with us 1 year yet. When they reach their 1-year anniversary, they would then be eligible for the $1,000 stipend. And that's the similar model as how it was done last fiscal year.
And would everybody get it out? What's the timing for everybody else?
We have not worked out the time. In terms of that, we wanted to get past this first.
Fair enough.
It would be a separate check, and last fiscal year, we did it after the budget was adopted and we made all the changes, but it would be a separate check, and that way it doesn't hit taxes
Near
quite
the
as hard.
beginning of the fiscal year.
Yes. But that certainly is a council decision, and we can bring back proposals if that's a question or concern. Okay. Within the budget, you'll also see some additional positions, and I use additional loosely because it does not increase our FTE count. And for those listening, that's full-time equivalent, so our full-time employees. You will remember, again, as we've talked about over the last couple of years, we had definitely tighter budgets. In order to get back on track, I froze several positions. We had those discussions over several council meetings. We had positions frozen across the organization with the exception of fire and police. Fire and police never had any positions frozen. However, the fire department did lose an administrative coordinator position. That position was eliminated, but again, no positions in fire or police were frozen. Over the last 3 years, we've had an opportunity to really monitor workloads. We've had an opportunity to look at our efficiencies. We have implemented a lot of various efficiencies in our processes and how we do work, largely through technology improvements. But staff have, again, we've already talked about how hard the directors and their teams have worked. Now that we've had an opportunity to monitor that, and to really assess what our workload is and how we're going to meaningfully work different, it's time to start rebuilding within some of those departments. This also goes in alignment with the strategic plan, how we support the strategic plan and do the work laid out for us. So what you see here is kind of a mixture of grant-funded positions that are already coming. You see the 2 full-time equivalents for Safe Streets for All. That's just mentioning it and that it's within this work and supported in this work. That's not a cost within the budget because it's through the grant. However, you will see that I am requesting that the FTE for inspector in planning and development be included in this budget year. It is already in there. That's why it's in parentheses and funded. It's already been tallied up. It's in the budget that you've received. If you have questions about workload or why that position's needed, please feel free to ask Director Perry when she presents to you all. You will also see that last bullet there, Director Perry is proposing to have a full-time position added, a planner back in planning and development. That is not included in the budget, but it's certainly up for discussion. So again, that comes into the workload questions. Is it really needed? And I will say, as you heard Director Peterson say, planning and development's been going gangbusters. There has not been a slowdown there. So it's not an irrelevant request. Then we also have the sustainability coordinator, which we've talked about some already. We have through the grant funded position that was first of its kind in in our region, the part-time sustainability coordinator with the SS4A public affairs specialist, or excuse me, within the SS4A grant, we had written in a part-time public affairs specialist, which really goes along with sustainability. SS4A focuses a lot on sustainability, shared use practices. So what we're proposing is to use part of the SS4A funds and then to bolster that to be able to have a full-time position. It really does not hit the general fund hard, especially within that first fiscal year. So happy to answer any questions about that. I'd also put out there though, and we had these conversations in our small group budget meetings, but if we're going to support the work of the strategic plan, we have to have the resources to do so. So those are my position request. I think we're losing battery. Can you advance it? One more time. Thank you very much. So those are the manager recommendations. Before we move on to the director presentations, do you have any questions about the position reinstatements? And again, and I understand council understands this, but for people who may be watching, it does not add to our full-time equivalent count. We've had those positions frozen. We do have the ability to bring them back. At this point, the workload is outpacing the staff that we have. We are at over capacity. And so this really, again, we have looked at each of these positions and we have assessed them. So would welcome any questions regarding those. Would also like any questions or conversation on the 5% COLA that's built into the budget. Would like to know if you want to play with the budget tool. Are there any other scenarios that you guys would like to see? And are there any comments, feedback, just general discussion on the service stipends?
All right. So do we want to talk at all about the position reinstatements? Is there anyone who has any comments on those?
Overall, excuse me, so the overall increase in FTEs is just 2, was it?
There's not an increase in FTEs. As a matter of fact, we still have several frozen positions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Others? Okay, so I think that we're not to number 2, COLA. I'm going in your order here.
I almost made it free.
So we have the 5% is your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Council like to give some feedback on that?
Considering healthcare costs are going up 7%, I'd like to see a 7% COLA if possible, to at least balance that out to the degree we can.
I agree.
Yeah. Staff has had the 2% COLA for so long. There's no way they can keep pace with the cost, especially with healthcare. I'd like to see 7% as well.
All right, I will remind council members, since this is not the way we've always done the budget, that because the manager has recommended 5%, this would require a budget amendment from someone at our next meeting, and we'll have the forum, and as is passed, I believe, Eric, I'm sure is willing to help write some of these amendments. I just wanted to remind you so that no one thinks that saying it today is going to make it magically happen.
Thank
Can I
you,
ask a
Madam Mayor.
question, Dr. Peoples?
Of course.
Regarding the COLA, are like municipalities in the region, where are they and how does that, put Webster in this position?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I was remiss in mentioning that. So it's a little all over the board. COLAs are typically higher. Some cities have offered as much as 8% to some classifications and higher for other classifications. Some cities are offering around a 2 or 3% COLA, but they're covering the cost of the healthcare increase. So we're right within that range of what we need to be doing. In previous years, some other cities have given higher COLAs than what we've given, but they did not give the stipends that we gave. So it's just a mixture of how we're doing it, but I feel confident with that we're in the mix. 5% or should council go to 7% would certainly be at the higher end.
And if we approve this 7% COLA, would you maintain the stipend request as well?
I think that is a council decision to make. However, if we did go to the 7% COLA, ooh, you're putting me on the spot. And I'm gonna have staff emails in the morning depending on my answer. I reserve the right to think about that and revise my answer, but with the 7%, we know that the 7% will be a total cost of $434,000 within the budget, so $80,000 more than what's already in there. I may slightly revise the numbers on the service stipend. However, the service stipend is a one-time cost. And I don't want to make like it's not a big deal. $200,000 is $200,000. But again, we have an incredibly healthy reserve and we know that it's a one-time cost.
And I want to make clear, I want those to hold. I was just curious if that would impact your.
They are fair questions.
Have we done service stipends previously?
We didn't call it a service stipend. We just simply did an incentive, not simply, it was an incentive last year.
And how much was that?
1,500.
For everyone, general?
1,500 for general employees.
All right. And remind me what's in the firefighter CBA in
Oof.
regards to theirs. Do you remember that?
Theirs is 1/8% for every year of service. I'm going to turn to Director Peterson. It is based on per year of service and it's a specific formula.
So if we're gonna talk about raising all ships as unions are supposed to do, I think this makes sense that we do it as well for our non-unionized employees.
So one naming that was particularly important here, we decided not to use any of the naming used by the union because it's a
Yeah.
different model. So we
Yeah.
didn't call it longevity or retention stipends. Longevity pay in the fire service is when you're maxed out at the top of the step.
I'm a
you can't
simple
go any
folk
further.
Call a spade a spade.
We're giving you a stipend for your service then. I think that the fundamental difference in what I heard you say, Councilmember Franklin, is you're talking about whether the program continues in the perpetuity, and then that becomes a base building stipend program. And now you're getting into, I think, some questions, from my perspective, that you ask on compensation and classification. What is our compensation philosophy? Or where are we trying to be at in a range? Are we trying to guarantee progress through a range? That is not, my opinion, not the norm in government anymore to guarantee progress through the range. It doesn't happen. Steps have pretty much long gone out the way of most organizations in some regards, so.
And I'm not asking for us to discuss service stipends indefinitely. I just this year, I do think that's a valuable conversation to have as a city, especially considering we have a unionized workforce that now has something similar. But I think for short circuiting this year, I think I'd be in favor of continuing that or proceeding in that fashion.
What do you see as the timeline for, I believe you said that you have funding built in for a new compensation classification study?
We do. It's set to begin if approved in October.
So we would get those results for next fiscal year, but not probably much in advance of that.
Correct.
Okay, so there is, I'm just thinking aloud here. So the idea that we might hold off on some changes in salary in order to take into account recommendations from that really should be reserved for next fiscal year as opposed to this fiscal year.
They should be reserved for next fiscal year, and I'm pretty confident maybe save a couple of classifications that we're still going to have some pretty significant modifications to do.
So in some ways, going with 7% would put us closer to whatever it is we're going to have to do anyway.
It would.
All right. All right, I'm just going to remind everyone that amendments will be appropriate.
Okay.
All
And if
right.
you need any help with amendments, as the mayor's already said, we were happy to help write amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
When will that tool be available?
It's
Available now.
I just love how we have all the Excel spreadsheets, tools, and Director, Mr. Donovan enjoyed every minute of my request of him to build that tool, so.
So we better use it.
Yeah, it would be helpful, so.
Well, somebody would want to use it, yes.
So just quickly on the budget calendar, since we mentioned this, I want to give you a sense of what your meeting schedule looks like, unless you all schedule more meetings. But we have next week our special meeting with the boards and commissions at Webster University, Browning Hall, the auditorium, to go over their annual reports. They will present to you. It will be available on Zoom. Then you have scheduled the work session on the following Tuesday on the 21st to discuss those reports and boards and commissions issues amongst yourself. You also have the opportunity to do budget amendments at the next meeting. So if you have some that are ready to go, we can do that. Councilmember Hassmeyer, I think you may have observed it, but I'll send the form out to everyone so you know what it's like. It's very simple. And if you need help figuring out where's the money at, I want to get it over there, happy to help you make that happen. So the only thing we do ask is you need somebody to second your motion. So find a friend.
And am I correct that the budget amendments have to be balanced? We have to,
You don't have to balance
Do we
it. So I
need-
mean,
okay.
we talk about our balanced budget requirement, which means that we have to have available reserve to cover if we are going to spend more than we have revenue coming in on, which we certainly do. So we have been balanced in that definition all that time. So you can spend extra money, I'll put it that way, if you want to, if you have the political will to do so.
so if we propose, say we want to do 7%
Mhm.
on a budget amendment, we don't on that budget amendment have to specify.
You don't
what
have to put
might
a
change.
funding stream in it. You just need to tell me where we're going to put the cost center.
Okay.
I wish you all would give me funding centers, so, but June 4th is our first meeting in June. It'll be our public hearing on the budget. You can also do budget amendments that day. And you can always test your colleagues' will and comfort with doing budget amendments on the last day of budget on June 18th. So if you want to, that's adoption. I've seen it done.
Now,
myself, so.
since you brought it up, I think we all would do better if we're not testing the comfort and maybe share in advance amendments if you have them, just so we know that they are going to arrive. It certainly is not a requirement, but I think we might be more efficient and effective if we do that.
I'm looking forward to everyone who's new to the city watching our amendment to the amendment process that we have every year. So
We get a little bit better every time.
we do.
I know we were pretty good last year.
We did. So I want, we're going to get into, as we talk about the department budgets, many different things. I want to just point out a couple writ large things. So first of all, when you look at your budget book, there are some things not in there. We have some very old documents and we had some trouble formatting some things. So the revenue narrative we have, and it'll be posted online. It's just that 17 pages of text about the revenue streams is not in the book that you have right now. It will be in the published final version and such. The fund balance statement. So Councilmember Hassmeyer, I know we spent some time with my love of fund statements. They are being finalized because we've moved some revenue around even today and making all things balanced. So we are finalizing them. You have the fund balance for the general fund. You should have them within the next day. They'll be posted online and we can always update them as we go through the process as well. So I also want to point out that Fund 24, Destination WG, as Director Davis comes to talk, we have started that modeling at about a $16 million mark. Okay. And this is a very important note for our community as well. When we sell the bonds and we get that money in from whoever has issued, we have sold the bonds to, we have 3 years to move that money out the door and complete the projects that's intended for it. So if you think of Destination WG as a giant Gantt chart of different projects at different times, we have to line up our revenue sales, our bond sales, so that we have enough time to be able to complete the projects. So we are not recommending, at least at this point, to sell the full 22.1 right off the bat. I'll answer the interest question, which I know is coming. But we had a model of 16, just to give you a sense of where that came from in finances world. 12 million for the new pool, obviously, that's, the water park. We had $1.5 million in the ice arena, $1.5 million about in solar, readily accessible. And then there's another $1 million there for all these other projects that probably could be. Director Davis's world there, we are here to help support and make sure the money's there when the constructions are ready. So Joy is flexible, but we anticipate that quite likely in July at our meeting, we will be also bringing a bond sale ordinance to you all to sell those first bonds, so that, because we're going to need the cash to be able to commence on the water park in a big way. On the interest, we can't make extra money just investing the money that we sold on the bonds. The moment we make money, the federal government wants it because they've given up taxes on that money. So we're gonna rebate out that way. We're not gonna lose money. Want people of Webster Groves to know that our interest we're paying is gonna be paid by the interest we're making. So if we're sitting on some of that money for a year because the project's not ready yet to encumber, our interest we're making is gonna pay off that interest that we're being charged on that bond. Okay?
Do we have a time limit on when we have to sell the bond by?
No,
Oh, really?
your authorization that was given to you by the voters is in perpetuity until you issue $22.1 million worth of bonds.
It seems like a screw up in the law.
So.
That's showing great faith in us.
Great trust in democracy. I am pleased to present you the largest budget units in the world, executive and legislative, finance and administration. These are many small offices and you know many of these issues very well. We'll walk through these, but there are some big issues coming up out of these ones. These are the budget programs that we're going to talk about. We have city council, city clerk, boards and commissions, the executive budget, human resources, municipal court, finance, IT, legal services, public affairs, sustainability, business development, and insurance, and all their various sub. All that adds up to, that is our budget across all those appropriations. So it's about, if you consider them all internal services, some of them aren't, but just to use that as a ballpark, it's about 5.5 million out of the $22 million budget, general fund budget. Excuse me, 5 million out of the general fund budget, 5.5 in all funds. So this is going to include the business district funds are going to be in there, obviously, some capital funds for other issues. Notable investments. So we have talked about the pension tax. That is very notable. We are going to have, I guarantee you, someone's going to say, how are you, Peterson, how are you getting another $1 million in property taxes without raising my taxes? So goes to storytelling and how we'll help tell the story about where how that fund change is happening, and want to enlist you all in that help. The non-departmental enterprise spending is very, very impactful. We've had some citizen issues and complaints lobbed at our staff members, not at me. I'm at further down staff members on what you must be wasting when they read our budget reports. Very happy that they're reading our budget reports. But, you know, again, finance is not $1 million operation. It's two people who are, you know, standing in the gap on cybersecurity for us every day. So that's a big change for us, and it's very helpful. Sustainability, Sean Finnegan, who is our sustainability coordinator, is very excited about this potential opportunity. And then also business development. As you all know, I think most of you know, but Fran Sudicum has worked with us for many years as a consultant. She has been in various different budgets. Business development has never been one of them. It's been the commission at times, but we're also making sure we recognize the difference between what the commission's role is to recommend on policy and who is doing the affecting of implementing policy and such, and those actions. Human resources included, but also some other various big parts of this budget. Workplace culture is a big priority within this program unit. Obviously there's a position that was added in HR, the organizational development specialist, which I think we forgot on the slide. So that's my fault. So organizational development specialist in HR, and this, we've talked with all about this, but this really gets to change management, process improvement, and values in the culture, not just a diversity and inclusion voice, but also how do we manage a really generationally changing workforce? I mean, I'm just in the last couple of months, some Zennials have joined the workforce, and it's been an interesting watching how everyone is doing the workplace dance, I call it.
And so that is included in the budget
It is
as
already
proposed.
included in the budget, and as Director Peterson tried to cover that up for me, that is my omission, but it is included in the budget. It's the same position that we talked about in our small group budget meetings, but it's already funded within the proposed.
So that's the difference. That's why that salary line changes
In human resources.
significantly from
In human resources.
in human
yes, ma'am.
resources from
Yes.
24 to 25.
Yes.
I think you all know my love of technology, but I just want to say, it is amazing how many attacks we suffer every day. And your places of work, your personal life gets them as well. Our two-person team has done a yeoman's job coming off of shoestring budgets and, you know, various diverse types of programs and such to make it work. but we are embarking on a 5-year plan for information technology because we are at a pressing point about how do we involve AI in this government. So we talk about permitting and other functions in the cyber world, not to lose the personal interaction, but for those people like me, I don't call an airline ever to go fly. I do it all on my phone, all by myself. I don't want to talk to somebody. There are a lot of people that do business with us that don't want to talk to us. How do we make that happen? How do we use technology to our benefit and to also affect how we work in some ways? And then just what is the future of that? I think the bigger smart city idea. Mayor, we've talked about parking many times. We have no data on parking. Everyone's got an anecdotal answer about parking. We've got too much of it or we don't got enough of it. Just a couple cameras with an AI behind them can give you a parking count real quick. Now, I'm not saying we should have parking cameras all over city, but I'm just giving you a sense of we have no data governance. We have no vision of where that goes beyond, hey, a new product, let's go get it. Let's try this, right? So that 5-year plan is meant to give us both, here's things we need to do, and here's if we're going to set ourselves up for that future, for security, for business applications and such, that plan.
This is a security issue too. I mean, I
Absolutely.
think that's an important concept because it's a change, right? I think it's a change in the way that taxpayers think about it. And then also like how I think about my own life. You know, this is now part of secured, the importance of us keeping our data and information safe.
And it was a change in the workplace culture. There was many folks who, when we updated the number of digits needed in a password to 14, they looked at me like I had 4 heads. We had some passwords that were 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and had been that way for 20 years. The IRS now requires you to have 14 digits passwords to get into your taxes. So I mean, it's just where we are going, right? To try to slow down those folks who would breach your own personal firewall. And our number one resource in cybersecurity is our people, right? Because no different than standing at the walls of Jericho, someone opens the door accidentally, everyone comes in. Well, it's the same with cybersecurity. Don't click on that email. And I always appreciate, even Dr. Peoples and I, we look at each other. You think this is the test email or is this real from these people? So the workforce is really adjusting to that well. Some of them behind me may not think so, but I think they are. So. Also, I just want to say for us in our meetings with this group, as we meet together monthly, we talk about strategic plan a lot because we've got some big pieces of it. It's not normal for finance to take on how do we get rid of single-use plastics. It's not sort of our normal reality, but it's purchasing. We buy water bottles, we buy snacks and foods and such. How do we address our waste and such issues? So we're in places that we normally haven't been, and there's some real guidance and some real stretches that we have to do. And it irks us some days, right? Because we just want to go back to our comfortable spreadsheets or, deal with human resource issues or IT issues, but we move into those spaces as well. So, and we appreciate that. Strategic plan is going to be big in this budget. We did not try to put every performance measure in the budget narratives because it would be monstrous. We have a performance management system called Invisio, which the directors and people will start using to give us dashboard reporting on the strategic plan. And that will give us narrative and visual that you will all start to see rolling into the budget, into your quarterly reports as well, and also a public dashboard. So the public can say, how's Webster Groves doing on that? Get rid of single-use plastics. We're at 80% accomplished and such along the way. So we can quantify that. We believe that these units are all across all 6 of our goals. Obviously, we are involved in each of them. And I'm very excited about the comprehensive plan. That's really Director Perry's baby, but it's going to be really an important thing for the city, especially as we look at how do we judge our success in housing options, but also in land revenues. We have 2 capital improvements as we do every year. We're going to buy computers, $60,000 for the normal rotation of computers. And then we keep a $5,000 furniture replacement line. So as ergonomic issues come up, tables come up, as you can tell, the Gordon Room table, it's a used table through Mike Evans' company. It's a great table and it gives us all a little more room around that table and we're not banging our knee on that. But we also have with the vestibule going into Public Works, we now have a big table over at Public Works that they did not have. So we're in adaptive reuses of products. Happy to answer questions about that very big budget, a very small amount of time.
Questions? Keep on rolling then. Okay, all you whispering in the back, somebody's got to come up here. You drew the short straw?
No, the order was assigned. So you go from the largest budget to the smallest budget.
Small but mighty.
Yes, small but mighty. But I'm sorry, there we go. That's okay. So you can see here, again, the smallest budget. Our proposed budget is just at 947,307. You can see the over under here, which is 183,875. You can see the budget that we had approved, the estimate that we are going to try to stay under by almost $50,000. Some of that is due to some of the staffing, as we've lost some staff and gotten some staff. There's some time frame as new employees have come in and gone. And you can see the $150,000 for the comprehensive plan funding and other fund appropriations. So that, some of the key numbers. I'm just going to talk briefly about some of the things that I think have already been brought up. The inclusion of all the other things, the workers' compensation, the FICA, the long-term disability, the pension ends up putting, so if you go back to the reminder of how much we had in our over, it was over by about 184,000. And about 84,000 of that is all of that. So really the amount coming over is not a huge number. We're over by 100,000. And the reason for that is we had one position that was moved mid-budget year in 2024. Some of you might have noticed that we have taken over front desk, some of the front desk capabilities. So people no longer pay for, pick up, or get their permits issued at the front desk. We now have a window. We now have a drawer, and we have a staff member who is now the primary person who takes care of that. She's also the backup at the front desk when our front desk staff person is out. So that was a mid-year move. So it's not necessarily a new position. It's a position that was with the front desk and is now back over in my department. We have the two position requests, the one that's in the budget, which is for the building inspector, and another that we would like to potentially have put in the budget, which is for a planner. And if you minus all the employee funding in our budget, my budget has increased by $473 from last year to this year. I'm going to briefly go through some of the key things in alignment with the strategic plan. You will see, and some of this isn't specifically in my budget because of the way that the systems are moved out for like magnets, yearly fee, and some of the other fees for the software. But we are working on, and it's in the budget for us to go to Bluebeam for online permitting to provide, again, additional service where people can do online permit reviews, which means they're not turning in 3 sets of permit plans and lots of paper and other things. And then some of the opportunities, it will tie to magnet. So if we get it in digitally, we can move it over into the magnet system. And that will eliminate us needing to scan plans after the fact, which we have been storing plans for the required 5 years. And then we've been scanning them and putting them in the system. We also have, you'll see it in a couple places, we have training. So in our budget, there is training for my staff to keep up their certifications, to help with our insurance rates overall in the city by keeping all of those, all of our various staff certifications up. We will be using Magnet to expand notifications to applicants. We've been trying really hard to get email addresses in, make sure we have phone numbers in. Everything is now able to be done from the iPads by our inspectors. So they can hit a button after they've finished an inspection and it goes out to the contractor and to the homeowner and to anyone else, maybe the architect that's on there. So we've been working on that to help make sure that notifications and including lots of people in different ways and means of communication is being done. We are going to explore zoning code amendments to address housing options. Helping to keep adding that additional planner will mean that there will be time for staff to be able to work on code amendments, the comprehensive plan process, as well as any other big projects that we have coming in, and we potentially have some big projects coming in. Also, the ongoing comprehensive planning process should help us with the overall housing stock, looking at those options that might be made available or recommendations by the community. Long-term fiscal, we're looking at options for free educational training. There's been a number of them that we've been able to do. In particular, even just for me, for planning, we have a monthly one that's done by the state of Ohio's planning organization, and they provide these free trainings that provide me with my certification credits. So we've been doing a lot of those things. And then we've been doing some that are very low cost and local for all my staff. We're also going to use Magnet to continue to streamline the processes and the permits. We have an online portal that we're going to try to get moving. There's been a couple little hiccups in getting it moving forward faster, also with some of the staff time. But once that is available, it will allow people to schedule their schedule their business inspections. They will be able to schedule inspections for housing and other permits. They will also be able to track their permits online. So they'd be able to have access to those things. It also means that if they're entering in their inspection, we're verifying their information and not having to take from paper and type in. So we'll be finishing up that last piece. We have a beta portal we've been practicing with and making sure that everything looks good, and it's looking good. And the last thing is just a sustainable practices with the online permitting. We're going to lessen the use of paper materials. We have already, for most of our boards and commissions, gone completely into at least digital for the original online packets. Some of them are now helping me cut that down. So less and less paper is on the dais for them. They still want some. It's going to be a little hard, but we'll move them forward. So again, that's sort of the adoption of sustainable practices. And if there are any questions.
I'd love to hear more about your request for a new planner.
Sure.
So Maura, and I wanted to say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just saying, in my 6 years on council, I am extremely impressed with the innovation that your department has done. I think you've come a long way, and so I appreciate your efforts there.
Thank you.
But sorry, I was wanting to know your need for a planner.
Sure. So for the last 2 years, it has just been me without a planner. The planner before would kind of help cover all of the things that we do. So the planner used to go to Board of Adjustment and do those meetings that once a month. The planner helped review things for Architecture Review Board for the packets. The planner would do zoning reviews to, an architect calls up and says, hey, what's the zoning? How do I do this? The planner also did all the sign permit applications, fence permit applications, chickens, bees, all of those things, and then general zoning of permits that didn't need to go to Architecture Review Board before it went to the plan reviewer. So I have not had someone to do any of that, and I've been doing all of that with some help from other staff. But a lot of it is they're not trained for the zoning part of it. That's not their background. And so having a planner or some sort of planning type position would help to get people information faster, especially as we've changed the tactics with Architecture Review Board. I'm spending a lot more hours trying to get things off of Architecture Review Board or pre-approved so that those meetings are shorter, people are getting their permits approved faster, and that's added extra hours to the overall time.
And I would imagine having a planner would assist you in having more time with the comprehensive plan.
Yes, and then that you would want a planner to be involved in the comprehensive plan too. Yes.
Will you talk about the difference between a planner and a plan reviewer?
Yes, so a plan reviewer reviews the building codes. So our plan reviewer, when a permit comes in for a house addition, reviews that against the building codes, works with the fire department on the fire codes, and addresses everything so that that permit can be issued for construction. A planner is reviewing the zoning codes, what you can build, how you can build, stormwater, tree preservation, the uses. So all of that. He also used to do business licenses and make sure that the use was allowed or get CUPs put together to go to the plan commission. So all of that is kind of tied into more the planner versus a plan reviewer.
Okay.
And how does because you shrank, your department shrank a little bit, right? So putting a planner back on, does that put it back kind of to where it was a couple years ago, or will your department be bigger than it's been before? Like, just like historically, how does the size compare?
So we won't be bigger. So if we get another inspector, that would be one of the open frozen positions. If we put the planner back, that's another frozen position. We had one other position that I'm not going to say it's been replaced by, because we've now taken on some additional tasks from the front desk. But so we had 3 open frozen positions, and between the one person that we hired mid-year and these potential 2 positions, we would be back up at essentially the largest staff that my department has been.
Okay, and if we wanted to approve the planner position, we would need to do a budget amendment. Is that correct?
Which begs the question, what would the cost be?
So I would want to look again. I would assume we would want someone coming in as a just a low-level planner. And so I hadn't looked, Dr. Peoples and I had talked a little bit about whether there was an opportunity to do a planning technician versus a planner. The hard thing in this region is that the planning school, the last planning school in the region, has now closed. So I can't get someone who's like in graduate school who wants to be here and do like a low level. So you're really looking at someone that's already graduated from a planning program. So I'd have to go back and look at the range. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that piece. I want to say that our current range starts at like 60,000. Might be 60 to 64.
What was the dollar amount?
64.
Oh, 64.
Yeah, sorry, 60 to 64. I think, I remember we had bumped it up to, during some of the comp in class or some of the other things that we had done to make sure that it was comparable with other areas around the region. We could definitely get someone who was potentially just out of school. I'm not concerned with something like that, all my planners so far have been right out of school. And the amazing thing with the planners I've had in the past, one is now the planning director for Clayton, and the other is the planning director for Crestwood. So I don't mind, bringing someone in. It's a mentoring opportunity, but it's they like working in small communities to start, because you get to do so many things. Work on a comprehensive plan, work on a big project. There's a lot of things that they can do.
I mean, I do recall when we had him there and he was here half the time in front, you are now here twice as much as you used to be. And I was gonna say it was, he did have big shoes because he did go on to another municipality. So, I see the need, but.
So Mayor and Council, just a reminder, if someone is inclined to do a budget amendment, we'll help you with the numbers, but it's the salary, and then we always add about 50% for the fringe benefits and cost.
So can we then, because it sounds like perhaps that's a consideration, or maybe I'll put it this way, if someone is inclined to offer such an amendment, maybe we could work on a better number so that we are realistic in what we're talking about.
Yes.
All right, other questions for Mara? I did have one question related to both of, well, let me find it here. Especially the planner position itself. Obviously, so what's the impact on revenue for your department, if any, for that position? I mean, I know, for example, inspector, we expect to go through inspections faster, and so that might generate some revenue. Is there any revenue implication for a planner?
Not necessarily. Again, the larger projects, as we get a larger project, if we can get them through the process as quickly as possible, it helps. So for example, I had 3 CUPs before you. It went to Planning Commission on April 1st. Those 3 CUPs, one of them is going to generate a brand new business. The other 2 are going to generate new owners that plan to put work into those properties, and they're going to be pulling business, both a business license as well as they're going to be doing permits to do renovations. So the more that we can help people, especially when we have someone new, I have a lot of emails for, do you know if, an example of one from today, she is looking for a small shared office space. And so helping her figure out, here's 4 different places you could potentially go to. because you need a shared office space and you want this amount of square footage and you want this and you want that. Trying to get a hold of, or, sometimes it can take me 5 or 6 days to get to someone. Whereas if there's an additional staff member, we can get to people faster and they don't go then find another location in another municipality. So it does help for us to have that, to keep people informed.
I think that's an important point, Mara, that your office can be a conduit for increased business within Webster Groves. And I think that's something that's lost a lot of times, especially on me, I should say.
All right. Other questions for Mara?
Mara, I have a question about your streamlining your permitting process and where that is in that transition.
So as soon as we get Bluebeam, we'd be able to use it almost right away. So that's easy. And I think it's in the budget so that we could start at July 1. And it is something that it'll take a while for applicants to know how to use it. Some of them are already using it with other communities. So we did check and make sure, like St. Louis County is using it, a couple other municipalities are using it. In terms of the other magnet stuff, we just, again, I need some more staff time for us to do a final let it loose, because there's still a few little glitches that we were finding that we want to make sure are working correctly. Because it works both with, it's an online portal, and then it has to work with the back end of what we're doing. And then we've been adding a few things as we've been doing our iPads. Our inspectors have iPads for all their stuff in the field. And we want to make sure that everything works seamlessly between all of those, because the iPads have really kicked off our ability to do things in a much more efficient manner.
Thank you.
So if you were projecting a time for full implementation of that, what do you think it'd be?
I think so. I'm supposed to have a new building commissioner starting soon. And I would want to get him up to speed. The former building commissioner got it all the way to this beta portal and we're down to the very last little bit. So I would say maybe in the next month or two. Again, I'm trying to.
Don't worry, nobody's making you sign in blood on that
Yeah,
one.
I had wanted it. I really had hoped that it was going to be up like last month. And it just hasn't worked out.
More two budget questions. Last year or the current year we had under maintenance and contracts, there was like $26,000 there. That's zero now because that has
Got
gone
moved to another place in the budget.
like-
Yes, that's
like-
magnet.
so that went to IT.
Yes,
And then the Bluebeam, is that also an IT cost? So
it's in IT.
perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I think you're free to go. I don't know who's next.
Oh, you don't know the assigned order. It's Scott and he's exited the room.
Classic.
Oh, this is gonna be awful when he comes back.
I was thinking it's gonna be great. Any other questions while we wait, Madam Mayor? Hey, Davis. You're up.
Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Thanks for your patience. All right. Get all my stuff open. All right, this year's budget's coming in really good. We're under on our expenses, over on revenue, which is where I always like to be towards the end of the year like this. Next year, we're showing modest increases in our expenses and better increases in our revenues. So there's numbers there. They're big numbers because there's a whole lot of Prop W built into there.
Right.
Most of which is planned, but there is some dollar amounts that we still haven't fully tagged in there and given years yet. Any specific questions on those numbers? All right. Notable stuff, the passage of Prop W, will add about 12 to $14 million in end of this year, beginning of next year's budget. That is mainly the pool. In addition, we've got, walking paths, improved lighting on ball fields and in some pavilions, court repairs, restrooms and concrete and pavilions, scheduled out for next year, already. Trying to knock out some of those smaller ticket items on, court repairs and things like that in the $25,000 range. General fund for next year, we're looking at about a 5% increase in revenue, and only about a 3% increase in expenses. So we're doing really well there. All of our revenue centers are turned back on now. I think we're finally fully past all the COVID down fitness years and such like that. All those have been fully turned back on, and we're back to normal and increasing. People are coming back in droves to participate in all our programs and events and such. And right now we're estimating about a 93% cost recovery on the general fund. That includes some of parks, not the park improvement fund, which is the bigger part of parks, and then all the recreation stuff. I think by the end of the year, this time next year, that'll be closer to 98-99% cost recovery on the rec center and all the stuff going on there in fees. Again, we're turned back on, and all of our caveat, our utilities got moved out, some things like that, from previous years. But what shows in our budgets, we're back to being really healthy in the rec department, Parks and Rec department. Some of the things that align with our strategic plan, the first is just our biggest cost across the city is hiring and training staff. So keeping those quality staff, keeping them well paid, happy quality employees make good services for our residents and provide good experiences and good places for those folks to come play with us. The Prop W is really going to be enhancing our recreation experiences, our facilities. They're making those better for the residents, and they'll have better facilities to use and share with their families. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're putting on some new programs this year. We got one coming up here, and as soon as the pool opens in early June, it's the world's largest swim meet. World's largest swim lessons. That's a program that's offered worldwide, but it's really an introductory to swim lessons, trying to bring in people that might be scared of the water, have never come to the pool. So we'll be doing a big marketing campaign to try to get people to come out for the day, take that 30-minute introductory lesson, whether it's only you walk up to your ankles, it's for everybody. And then we're likely going to let them stay and play in the pool that day, free of admission, if they come out to that special event. We're doing some developmental learn to skates. Our inclusion coordinator has really been helping us and pushing us to turn things on for new populations, to get them in to be able to use our recreation services. A lot of training and technologies, training staff on DEI, just so that we're all aware of our strengths and that our managers can be better managers of our staff and our coworkers, so we can provide those better services to our residents and users. And then I mentioned our inclusion services coordinator. We're sharing, this year was new for us. We brought the staff in-house. We've been part of this collaborative process for many years, but we brought the staff person in-house to Webster this year. But the inclusion coordinator works for Clayton, Maryland Heights, Richmond Heights, and Webster. We all share her resources and her knowledge base and her skills. More than about half of her actual salary is paid through a grant, and then the cities split all the remainder. So we're really only paying about 15 to 20% of her total costs and getting her services, plus all the other stuff we get because she's hanging out officing with us. So we're getting more than the other city. Fiscal integrity. We're looking to apply for a bunch of grants this year, as always, but the big one is the Muni Park grant. We put an application on that in August, which is $525,000. We're always looking for some other grants too. So we're anticipating getting upwards of $750,000 worth of grant funds in fiscal year 25, which goes a long way to build out those services. again, sharing resources with other cities, with our inclusion coordinator. General fund, again, our fee structure is coming in very well. People are back and signing up with us. Sustainable practices, Prop W is really going to push us forward with sustainability. Solar projects, water projects, that the new water park will be light years more sustainable and effective than the current 30-year-old pool is. The technology's just come so much farther there. I'm getting solar costs and projects and talking with 3 different companies right now to game plan solar for top of all of our roofs on the rec center, as well as some potential shade structures in the new water park. Looking at, maybe 30 to 40% of our utility bills will come off of solar once that's installed. So that'll be huge for us. And then the EPA 319 grant that we applied for, we still haven't gotten final approval on that. I'm waiting for it any day, but we anticipate getting that here soon, and that'll be really helping to revitalize the creek banks along Shady Creek and do some stormwater restoration projects in there to improve our sustainability practices there. Any questions on that slide before I hit you with the next 30 slides worth of CIP projects?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just regarding your sustainable practices, the food waste that at the facility. How much of a problem is that, and what is the mode in which you give people things? Like what are things served in? Styrofoam's the wrong answer.
It depends on what we can get. There still been some supply chain issues in the concession stand world. We use paper cups. We don't use styrofoam cups. Other than we have had some small size coffee cups. They're still styrofoam for not really ours, but our senior club that does cards there. They buy them themselves, but kind of pains me on that. But we're using paper boats, nacho boats for our food service, paper cups. But we still run into being able to find the same cup that matches the same lids time after time when we go to purchase them. Coke doesn't even sell them anymore. We have to buy them from third-party vendors. So yes, I'd like to move even further into that world where I can get the better lids that don't have straws, that all have the sippy lids and things like that to reduce our waste. So it's something that we're looking at as we can get there with the supply chain stuff. Food waste isn't, the actual food waste itself is not terrible. Our serving sizes are not huge, and so there's not a ton of the waste. We don't do very much recycling on the pool deck because it all gets commingled. And I have not figured out a way to solve that problem yet. We've tried it several different ways, several different times. And it's the same way out in the parks. It just gets commingled so much that it all ends up getting landfilled anyways. So that's something that I struggle with. If I can figure out a way to make that better, then that was certainly in my realm of wanting to. It's just getting something that's works at home. It doesn't work in the public setting.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. See you.
I got a couple
Yep,
questions
yep,
for
yep.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Almost got away there.
Almost.
Let's talk about mowing. So
Let's
is mowing all in-house again? in this
Mowing's all
budget?
in-house. Yes,
And
ma'am.
you feel pretty good about that?
Yes.
Good. All right. It really wasn't as loaded as it sounded, so sorry about that.
We're still looking at some new equipment. We just had a talk last week about buying some larger towable behind our new tractor mowers, so that we can cut larger swaths of areas that don't need finish mowing. Doesn't need a ball field golf course type manicure. I'll say my staff's a little resistant to that. They want it to all look perfectly manicured. And so we're still in that changing phase of not everything has to be perfectly manicured all the time. So it's a mindset that we're still working on changing. I would like everything to look like a golf course, but that's not practical in the real world, nor is it really needed in the real world. So We're still working on, I'm still working on that. So when I say my staff is, that's me too. Yes, we're managing all the mowing. We still have some areas that that we're looking at changing. We're updating some medians and islands and moving to other turf type grasses, native plantings. So there's less mowing out there. This year's been better so far, keeping up with all the rain that we're having right now. I know when I left my house tonight, I was like, I got my yard. So the parks look the same way. It depends on where you're at. Some of them are still tall. So,
That's
but
great.
yes, mowing's okay.
And this is less a budget question, more likely a status question. You know, last spring there was some difficulty in hiring seasonal staff. How's that going this year?
We're a little better on seasonal staff this year. Staffing in general, part-time staffing in general is still kind of a tough hire. We do have pretty good rates on our seasonal staff. Currently, our lowest minimum wage is $14.54, which is $2+ over minimum wage, but we're still fighting with the McDonald's and the QTs and whoever else is that are at 15, and landscape services is typically even more than that. So we're making do. We have more seasonal park staff this year than we've had last year. So I'm comfortable, but if I had 2 more, I would love it. And I have budget opportunity to get 2 more. It's finding the bodies to actually come in and do the work.
Yeah. So and then another staffing question, you know, Emily mentioned departments that had cuts in staff. You lost an administrative coordinator. Is that I don't know if that was the right title.
We had 4 frozen positions.
So one of those was sort of central admin for a lot of your programs. What's the transition been like in terms of getting that work covered in the different programs? Is that something that you need back, or do you feel pretty comfortable with how that's going?
A lot of it was we were able to manage with different operations, more technology based, using our Civic Rec platform to let people register for rentals and things online. So a lot of the rental based stuff is pretty clear and even. Daily deposits, I'm doing all the daily deposits. So that's
Scott, why are you doing all the daily?
because I'm doing the daily deposits. We separated up the work, and that was the work that I took. So we're managing there. Honestly, if any of them were to come back, I would probably choose another custodian for weekend and evening maintenance.
That was my next question, is how do you feel about the facility? Because that was the other one that I sort of popped out in my mind.
Yeah, that one, you can't technology your way into cleaning floors very well. So, the facility, we still have staff doing it. We have one open position right now. Leon Johnson just retired last week. So we have an open position. We're revisioning the way we use that position and trying to move staff into 4-day work weeks and put that position, which was a daytime position, into our evening and weekend rotation with 2 of our other staff members, so that they all work less weekends and less nights and have more days, but more people in that rotation. We haven't hired for that yet, so hopefully we can find someone that wants to come in and work those shifts. It's rotating shifts. It's not all the same, so it's not the easiest sell. But yeah, the facility's in good shape. There are days when it could certainly be cleaner, but that's on us to make that happen.
Thank you. All right. I unless somebody else wants, then I'll let you go ahead now, finally.
I'll switch it and somebody else can say, nope, me. Okay. CIPs. The first couple pages, there's not that many. The first couple pages are all Prop W things, so you've seen most of them already. But coming up in fiscal year 25, full replacement of the aquatic center at $12 million. Solar projects. This is kind of one of the designs that one of the solar companies has seen. You can see all the panels that they've got on the south facing roof of the ice rink, some of the flat roofs. This is the gymnasium on both sides, both east and west, a row on the aquatic center building. And then we just threw some random ones, shade structure ones in here. There will not be that many shade structure ones in the on the water park deck, but working on that, probably 1.2 million or so here at the rec center, and then we'll have some more solar going out into the parks on top of other pavilions and bathroom facilities and things of that nature, potentially solar lights and parking lots and things like that we're looking at as well.
Do you have a staff member that knows how to repair solar panels? Like, is that something that you're
No.
interested in looking forward? Like, just thinking, we're changing the game, the game, it seems like, for you to some degree in your staff. And so it's going to be like more, not discounting who your staff is, but more educated staff eventually.
So at least one of the company, I think two of the companies I'm talking with right now, and this will have to go out for a full RFP. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the scope and what we can put out there for. They're building in maintenance into the contract, into the purchase price, because it is a niche thing. My staff's never gonna be the electrician that's going in there and making those converters work the way they're supposed to. We can go clean them.
But don't you think eventually it's gonna be in-house? Like, I mean, we're gonna have so many solar panels, like, I mean, effectively that it would be someone on your staff?
Maybe
Yeah.
years down the road,
Yeah.
but I mean, that seems like a pretty, I mean, it's like hiring electricians. I mean,
Yeah.
it's someone that's in a solar panel market. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes the dollars are better spent just hiring a contractor
Yeah.
for that. That's more versed in it. Walking trail in Southwest Park is scheduled for this year. It's a little under half a mile. Meeting room partitions. We've got 4 different walls that are movable in the meeting rooms. Those are original to the building in 2008. Restroom and concrete slab renovations in a few of our parks. Bathrooms, it's about 17,000 for the plumbing and sink repair replacements. And then the 45,000 concrete slab is really the main pavilion underneath the concrete slab underneath the main pavilion at Blackburn. It's starting to heave in a few spots, and so we need to get in there and put a new slab in so that it's accessible to everybody. Park lighting projects, new LED lights on Blackburn lit and Memorial lit, and LED lights going into Larson Pavilion. G New Park. This has been around for a while. We've been talking about it. That's kind of the concept plan that we're working on right now on that property. So we've got 150,000 tagged to that property. G's got about 600,000 in there to renovate the former McDonald's property there at Big Bend and Sutton. Court repair at Blackburn Tennis Court. That's just a crack fill and repaint from that surface that was done 9 years ago, I believe it was. 8 years maybe. Southwest Park backstop. As you can kind of see in this picture, we got a backstop right here, and then there's no fencing, and then there's player benches with fencing. So any parent that would like to put their chair up right here to watch their kid hit is kind of taking one in the shins if they get a foul ball. So replacing all that fencing and making a continuous fence from third base to first base.
What's the timeline for that park, the old McDonald's?
We're about 85% designed right now. They're looking to hopefully go out to bid on it end of summer, and maybe some work done on it wintertime this year. Most of the work be done in the spring and likely be open middle of next summer.
This just made me think of your strategic plan concepts, but that would be ADA.
Absolutely.
Inclusiveness. But I was gonna ask, we're adding, how many parks will, once we add that park to our repertoire, how many parks will we have?
21.
A lot of parks.
A lot of parks.
Mm-hmm.
That's on my prop. Actually, that was all of them. I was thinking that was just prop W. I messed up. The last couple were capital improvement, not prop W. Actually, I guess it's just Southwest. The rest of them are all prop W. Sorry. Thought there was more slides in there. See, not as much as you thought. Any other questions for me?
I did have couple questions on the park, recreation complex solar, what is the time frame for, getting the money back?
So part of it, it needs to happen along with the water park renovation, because if we're laying any electrical lines, conduit, that all has to go in the ground when we rip out the old concrete deck before we put the new ones in. Same thing with the shade structures, or if we're using any panels on top of the shade structures. So getting it going right now, it'll be up and all of it will be up and running by next summer, but most of that work will have to be done prior to April 1st, because that's pretty much when the water park will be done being major construction on it.
So has the solar consultant projected when you will be making any money back or saving money on utilities?
Yes, but all three of them are different that we've looked at so far. And again, these aren't final plans yet. I was trying to get scoping and figure out which way's the best way to go, so I can actually put it out for an RFQ or P, to then hire a firm to really fully design it. They're in about the 17-year range, because it's a big load on that 1.5 million, so it's a lot of money in there. And there's different versions depending on whether we put some battery storage in or not. The project is big enough that we can't just dump all the excess power back into the grid. Ameren will only pay for a certain amount of that. You can dump more in, but you don't get any money back. So some of them are looking at adding battery storage so that we can capture that energy and then use it after hours when the sun goes down and still be keeping that. So that increases the cost of the project, but you get more energy usage back. So we're still playing with those numbers a little bit.
And then the other question was, typically speaking, when you add walking trails, are they all ADA compliant? Or
Yes.
even- Okay.
Anything we build has to be ADA compliant. Now ADA is quirky and sometimes because there are offsets on those. For instance, if you're building a sidewalk, the ADA compliance says it can be at the same grade as the street that it's next to. So if the street's at 40%, your sidewalk can be 40%. That's not really compliant, but it meets the ADA standards. So yes, we meet ADA standards and everything, and we try to be actually compliant with everything.
Are things like wood chipped trails or chat filled trails, are those not
Not
built anymore?
correct. Most of those do not qualify. Engineered wood fiber qualifies on a playground as a safety surface, and we use it in some of the smaller parks. It is ADA compliant. If anybody's ever tried to push a stroller across it, much less a person in an actual mobility device, the wheels don't work very well on it. You can go straight, but you can't turn. So no, everything's hard surface.
So you have a lot of the projects from Prop W in here, which is fantastic. But all of us can look at this and say, well, somebody asked me when we're gonna do X or Y or Z, and I like the skating rink and it's not in FY25. When's the overall timeline, do you think, gonna be finished and ready for us to share at least the tentative timeline? So when people says, well, you say to us, you said you're gonna do this, we can say we expect it to be whenever.
So we've been working on that and we're getting close. Some of the things I still don't have dates on, so they're guesses because we haven't designed them yet and we don't know, like Performance Park. How big is it? What's it actually going to be? We have to get some public input on that before we can even determine when it'll be built out. So the first couple years worth of smaller project, a couple of the big projects that we know, and then some of the smaller stuff that we can just knock off, staff can do in-house, doesn't take consultants to help us design and build them. We're already picking those off. Some of those bigger ticket items, Dr. Peoples and I are still working on, and we're going to need some public input, but we should have a document out here soon that'll at least list the majority of those and where we think we can stage those out on.
Excellent, thank you.
Scott, one more question, sorry. When you're considering lighting, other than the ball fields, obviously, are you all thinking about and taking into consideration dark sky?
We have. So again, we haven't designed any of these yet, but most of our LED, all the lights we're putting in now are LED for sure. And most of those are typically very directional. And so anything we put in will be way better than the metal halide stuff that we have out there now that's just completely everywhere. But yes, we will be looking to be as efficient as possible and dark sky as possible as we can on any of those given things. Some of them you can do a lot better than others. The way, a ball field's a lot harder to do than a street light is, parking lot light is, yeah.
Thanks.
Welcome.
All right, are we ready to let
That's
the
it?
band go?
I didn't get my notes out, yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you, Scott.
Go ahead.
All right, and I believe that we are being joined by Zoom, in Zoom with our Director of Public Works. So maybe we need to bring the picture back. I don't know. Do we need to see her when she talks? Kind of nice. It would be nice. There we are. Hello.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you
We
for
knew you were there. We just couldn't find you quite yet.
Good evening. So Public Works is next.
Oh, it's okay.
And bear with me, I'm looking to how to get to the next slide.
You just disappeared, so hang on a second.
Okay.
Oh, you're back now. We're just testing everybody's stamina tonight. And this is the one night Eric doesn't give us any candy. I mean, come on.
Oh, I should have shared my screen. Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it works. You can drive them. Here, you can share yours.
Share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry, let me get that together. There we go. All right, can you see that?
We cannot.
Applications window.
There we go.
You can see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you for your patience. So Public Works is next. I'm Vera Cavato, Acting Director of Public Works. So we'll get into the FY25 appropriations. As you can see here, the FY24 amended budget is just shy of 1.5 million, and the FY25 proposed budget is a little bit over 1.5 million. The over and under will be about $150,000 for the general fund. And the other appropriations, FY24 is 5.6 million. And then the FY 25 proposed budget is 2.9 million with an over and under of about 850,000. And then down to the bottom for all fund appropriations, FY 24 amended budget was 7 million. The FY 24 budget estimate is about 3.6 million. The proposed budget for FY 25 is 4.5 million, which puts us under about 2.5 million. Any questions on the FY 25 appropriate?
No, you can go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, notable investments, changes, as everybody is well aware, gas and oil. We have increased about $4,000. We have custodial supplies that's increased about $2,000. And then snow and ice control is decreased about $19,000 due to a mild winter. So that when we get into alignment with strategic plan, and what you see here in front of you, provide excellence in service, and our tactics as Public Works is sort of a daily efforts of the department, responding to residents' inquiries, to, prioritizing work orders, achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion. The department will seek some training opportunities on these topics. Also, moving to the next one, cultivate a diverse house stock. Maintain the highest possible quality streets, improving drainage facilities to prevent damage to public and private properties. Moving on to the next one, ensuring long-term physical integrity. Tracking all purchases, being mindful with the budget. Doing as many in-house projects as we can. Strengthen economic development, maintain street sweeping, tree trimming, continue to do what Public Works does on a daily basis. And then the last one, adopt sustainable practices, probably needs a few more bullet points. I did want to mention that the grant application, which was received for the recycle receptacles, the receptacles have been procured and they've been put out in the business districts, as you may have seen. Any questions on that? No.
Let's pause a second before you go to capital improvements.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there questions about the budget itself before we do the?
I had a few questions here. First, line 814, land rental. What's land rental? Eric might be able to answer that bit.
I believe that's typically for the land rental, Eric, and correct me if I'm wrong, for the railroads.
Yeah, so, excuse me, sorry, I just had a Snickers there. It's great. I feel much better. Real Abe Vigoda moment there. So you'd be amazed how many things that you think are your streets are land that the railroad owns that we rent. Glencoe, that runs the whole length behind the Novus building that we put orange parking permits on, we rent from the railroad. We rent that space. And so those rentals are still in Public Works. They'll probably be part of what comes over in the centralization over to finance with the other leases and such. It's just, we constantly find a new little check here and there that gets paid off to railroads and such once every 5 years and along the way. So there is land rentals of that. We do have a couple other leases around town as well that are interesting.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had here. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple as well. Can we talk a little bit about the customer service hallway, vestibule, workroom that's planned at Public Works and where we are on that? And my understanding that it's changed to some degree. Could you just bring us up to speed on that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. So the original thought for Public Works was the vestibule to have a place for public entrance. Right now, they sort of walk in the front door, they walk in the back door, they're not sure where they're going. Equipment running in the yard, really not a safe place. So the original thought for the vestibule was to have an area, really sort of a 12 by 12 area where public can come. But with addition of some positions with the SS4A grant, we are at maximum capacity, I think both at City Hall and at the Service Center. So the thought is to sort of expand the scope of the vestibule, is to include the vestibule for the public that can come in and get excavation permits. In addition to that, have an actual conference room. Right now, we meet in the lunchroom, and our street guys, our parks people are coming in, clocking out during meetings. So we'll have a dedicated conference room. In addition to that, have about 4 office spaces with what I'm going to call the service center addition.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Another question I had is that there isn't really a separate roadwork section to this. I mean, I know we have regular cycle of mill and overlay. I happened to notice that some of our concrete streets, we just paid off those bonds not too long ago, obviously, and replaced them. So I'm curious about funding for essentially repairing some of the concrete streets, but also then anything you want to tell us about why there isn't specific roadwork portion of this budget.
Well, I'll start with the mill and overlay, if I may. Edgar Road was on schedule to be milled and overlaid next. But the Missouri American is going to do an obsolete main replacement.
Okay.
So we pushed that project off until they're complete. Didn't make sense to do it first and then have them come in and trench through there. And as far as the concrete streets, I'm not aware, and bear with me, I'm not aware of any funding to do full concrete street replacement.
So that just then is something we repair as needed over time?
Yes, most of the
Okay.
concrete streets get repaired through utilities. We have a lot of the lead service line work, a lot of some MSD work coming through to where
Okay.
some of those concrete streets get repaired.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Vera, can you give us a high level of the difference between, on that previous slide, of the 2.5 million difference? Slide 2.
Okay, so slide 2. So the 2.5 million difference is the EV grant that we anticipated and were not awarded.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, or shall I move on to capital improvement projects?
Looking around here, I think you're good to go on to the next thing. Thank you.
Okay, so capital improvement projects, very exciting, is the design for Complete Streets, which is the road diet on South Elm from Glendale to Watson. We're going to kick that off and get ahead and get this project moving. Everybody's very excited about it, and it's much needed. So that'll be a 10-foot wide shared use path. We'll narrow down the lanes on Elm. So that's the first capital project. And then the second one is the old Webster parking garage. The parking garage is 17 years old. And as you may notice, currently we are doing structural repairs on the garage. That is anticipated. It's ongoing currently, and we anticipate that to be completed shortly. And so the capital project for FY25 is actually waterproofing the parking garage, which will be essential to prevent water infiltration, damage, and keep that parking garage in good structural condition. And then the next one is the one we just discussed, was the service center, vestibule, meeting rooms, and offices. So again, no public access to the service center. It's not a safe situation. In addition, expansion will have a dedicated conference room and additional office spaces, much needed office spaces for staff.
Vera, how did that change in scope change the budget for that project?
For the vestibule,
Yeah.
well, the change in scope increases the budget quite a bit, but we have some ideas on actual building details that would be more cost effective. The current service center is sort of built what I'm going to call like a bunker with CMU block and brick veneer. So this addition would be traditionally built with 2x4s and waterproofing brick veneer. So it'd be a more cost-effective method of building the vestibule. So I anticipate some cost savings with the changes in the building detail. But obviously it'll cost us, the cost will increase due to the added scope with the conference room and offices.
Do we remember what was budgeted for it before?
It was roughly just shy, I believe, of 115,000.
Okay, but you think it's gonna come in below the 500 that's on here, or is the 500 the lower, higher number already? Like
I'm
with the,
sorry.
like with the cost savings that you were talking about with building materials, you think that'll still be at the 500 mark, or do you think it'll be less than the 500?
I think it'll come in a little bit, hopefully a little bit less than the 500,000 for the building addition.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. So
Councilwoman-
along with the, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna add to that. I was gonna say, as you'd shared, the previous design was really overbuilt with materials because it was the same materials as the current to match it. And we can do that without using those same materials. So while it's gonna cost more, we're gonna get a lot more space and bang for our buck than just the original 12 by 12 space.
And obviously we need staff space too, so
We need the staff
it's gotta
space.
go someplace, and that makes
That's-
sense since it's a already planned project.
The staff space is critically important, but the conference room is one that we really didn't consider beforehand and most likely should have. But as Vera already said, there's not a conference room space over there. They conference in the break room, which has worked for years, but we're having a lot more meetings now and a lot more professionalized where we're having external partners come into Public Works rather than just being traditional staff meetings. So there's a lot of business uses for it. Thank you.
So
Vera?
along with,
Can I ask a quick question?
yes, of
Um,
course.
Will that glass recycling roll-off dumpster stay like on the parking lot?
That's a great question. The glass recycle dumpster will most likely need to be moved in conjunction with the MSD project, which was discussed earlier at the work session.
Mhm.
They're going to come into the Public Works, the Service Center's parking lot and wipe out temporarily, probably 5 to 8 parking spots. So I'm going to need to utilize the parking spots where the glass recycle container is currently located, and we'll have to brainstorm on
Mhm.
maybe.
Oh, no, the timing is not good for you to be frozen here.
So we'll get back with you on that.
Sounds good.
Well, the good news is she was about done. So.
Looks like from the number of slides.
She is.
You froze on us, Vera.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep, we're good
Okay.
now.
Sorry about that. I froze for a minute. Okay. So along with the Service Center, the vestibule addition, I'm going to call it, Public Works is going to install a parking lot on the front side here of the Service Center for visitor parking. And that's estimated to be about $30,000. We will do that work in-house. Slide. And then there is about 4 capital projects to assist with
Oh, boy.
street signs in-house. Results of savings for the city. The second one is a track buggy, which will most likely be shared with parks. It allows it to traverse rough terrain. It helps save some of the backs of our employees, moving materials, concrete, and things of that nature. And I'm sorry, let me back up to the vinyl cutter. That's 75,000 estimate, and then the track buggy is 24,000.
7,500.
I'm sorry, did I say 75,000? 7,500. I apologize. Okay, and then the last 2 are the walk behind paint striper. The one we have now is probably 16 years old and is in dire need of replacement. That allows the street department to continue doing all the pavement markings within the city in-house. And the estimate for that is $10,000. And then the final one is safety enhancements for fleet vehicles. It is a GPS and a snow control. Not only does it allow Public Works and the Street Department to know where the snow plows are, what streets have been plowed. It just assists us answering residents' questions of, has their street been plowed? Yes, no, we know exactly where all our plows are. In addition, it also manages safety, right? Where they're at and speed and sort of braking and things of that nature. And that's estimated to be $21,000.
And that's a new thing. We don't have that currently.
That's correct.
That's cool.
In conjunction with that, may I make a request that we no longer print the manual of the snowplow routes and distribute it to council members?
Yes, ma'am. That is no longer going to happen.
Thank you.
But could we post it online? That would be cool.
I'm
Yes.
sure there will be an electronic version somewhere,
'Cause I don't
but
think there is right now, but I could find.
We
Yeah.
print a version and take it to the library every year. People can check it out.
Oh, okay. Well, there's that. I never refer to it, but I think it's cool to have available online, but I do not need a dead tree version of it.
So one thing I forgot to mention about the safety enhancements is that it gives you directions. So for some of our veteran street employees, they know our streets inside out. They know their routes inside out. They don't need the book to see the map. This will say, turn right on such and such
Oh,
street, turn
nice.
left ahead. So for some of our new employees, that's huge. They're not managing a truck, a plow in the dark, bad weather, trying not to hit any cars possibly parked on the street. It'll guide them safely through their routes.
thank you. That's great. All right.
Any-
Any additional questions? I am seeing none. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
It is. Well, so dare I ask, does anyone need a couple minute break before we've been at it a while? Can we, can we take 2 minutes?
Reset up anyway.
Okay, good.
I want to know what happened to the candy roll.
I like how you're writing your own.
That way I remember it.
Stick them down here and we'll go over to this one. Here. Take her out. Did you get the?
Wait,
Coming out.
Always have to. Move to the plan. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my dinner.
I figured. I was like, telling Ruby, my youngest. Get ready to walk here. Like, I really haven't eaten a snack. How about pack a sandwich?
I sure thought about packing a sandwich because I had a rotisserie chicken in there.
Oh, yeah.
I said, you know what, I should put that in a wrap. But I just didn't have time. From the time I got home, picked up the dog, got the dog situated and then out the door. I didn't have time to do that. I said, let me grab
Like,
some
I
nuts.
guess just cash it in the dinner.
At least it was easy for the protein, so I'll just.
On a Caesar salad kick right now. Ruby told me, you cannot eat salad out there. It's too loud. You're too loud.
Oh, yeah, my paper was just disrupting everything. I'm like, that's too bad.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, I'm sitting here all day, I gotta eat. You look so excited to.
I am
inform us,
excited.
Chief.
Ready. It's my favorite times of year.
Yeah.
Get to hang out with council for 15 minutes, you know?
Right.
I'm allowed
Till
to.
midnight, right?
How long is this presentation gonna be?
Bird's eye view here, bird's eye. View.
Okay, Are you last, Chief Ellis? Are you last?
I think the police department is last.
Oh.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Here, just take some of pass it down.
There you go.
Thank you.
I shouldn't take any more.
I think you were trying to.
Are we ready to roll here?
All right. Well, Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for trucking along with us here tonight. Quick overview of the numbers itself. Really excited that our current budget is actually going to estimated to land under budget. And then proposed budget, as I spoke with Mr. Peterson, of course, it's the bigger number because of pensions as well as the salaries included in there. So any questions on the numbers? I'll dive into some of the operating costs that you'll see once we get going. All right, so kind of a balcony view here for the notables. I really wanted to follow the 3 Ps here: people, progress, and playbook. And so I'll reference these 3 areas, as well as you'll hear a lot about training and health and wellness tonight for the differences in the budget going forward. So for training for people, clearly, this was one of the first themes that I heard a couple years ago. I had an undertrained workforce. And so with the support of Dr. Peoples and council, we've been chipping away at increasing that support. So thank you for that. This year is an exciting opportunity. You'll see an increase in our training budget as we have already been partnering with the Central Core Training Division, which encompasses Clayton, Maplewood, Brentwood, Richmond Heights, and Shrewsbury. So the departments we run with on a regular basis, we're training with. This next level of training participation is a game changer for us as far as training with our partners around us. What I'm really, aside from the relationship and operational efficiency, excited about, in addition, I'm excited about that there's a lot of data analytics that are going to be tracked at this level of time to task. So what we're going to be doing in training is being able to when we deploy hose lines or catch hydrants or throw ladders, we're actually tracking that data against the National Fire Protection Association standards to see where we land. So this increase really gets us a lot of great benefit with our neighbors that we run with, but really internally assesses where we're excelling and where we have some work to do. The second part of people is our health and wellness. And this is another increase, and it almost qualifies as a one-time big jump. And so I was really proud that we had support for our NFPA 1582 physical that we brought here, where all of our firefighters and chiefs and captains went through last year. And there's a specific cancer test that we've added this year. That's it checks over 50. It's called the Gallery Cancer Screening. It checks over 50 cancers. And so there is the reason for the big cost increase there is that if you're over 40, it's once every 5 years. If you're over 50, it's every year. And so next year, you'll see this number go back down substantially because we only have 4 people next year that will get this test because they're over 50. Our demographics have shifted a lot in the fire department, so we're a lot younger. And so we get a little bit of a reprieve for a while. But this cancer test, as we're discovering, firefighters, especially my generation and Chief Boehner's generation of coming up, just different kinds of cancers, not so much the lungs as much as it is throat cancers and groin area cancers, so, and stomach cancers. So this test, if it's growing in your body, it's going to find it. So that's really the training, health and wellness lines for people, where we're looking at a holistic approach of taking care of our firefighters for physical health, their training health, so they're ready and prepared for the calls we respond to, as well as on the behavioral health support. Aspen is the platform we use for first responders and their families, and it's free next year as well. The second P is progress. I stood here February of 23 and presented just a dilapidated fleet that we had some equipment that was around before 9/11, and with the financial support and a plan in place, we have identified the areas where we need to get better on our equipment. And so our equipment initiative is still continuing on this next year in our capital budget to show that we are still replacing some of that equipment that's older than 10 years. We did use the funds for this current budget year to replace a full accompaniment of hose for the ladder truck, as well as equipment that's older than 10 years. Under vehicles for progress, I had created a 12-year apparatus replacement plan. Webster Groves Fire Department just didn't have very many plans. And so we owe it not only to our firefighters, but to our community to have, and council to have the fiscal responsibility to plan for some of those smaller and larger purchases. And so this helps us as well to make those plans in a fluid manner, recognizing that the cost of apparatus from ambulances to fire apparatus are going up about 7% every quarter, and wait times are 2 to 7 years. So this allows us to plan better. As far as the chief vehicles, we'll see that in the capital, but that's an exciting in our capital budget, as it is going to be a hybrid vehicle for both to help us support our sustainability initiatives. And then finally, the playbook. We have multiple community risk reduction initiatives from a prevention lens. It's really increasing the relationship and service to our community from an educative stance. And so there's a number of things that Webster Groves did prior to COVID that we just haven't really picked back up. And now we're picking back up full steam ahead. And so some of the lines in our budget will support those initiatives, as well as some continued internal developmental programs and processes with a purpose. Some of those opportunities, again, we have a community risk reduction team made up of firefighters and captains that I work alongside, from smoke alarm drives and blitzes to CPR classes, as well as some home safety surveys, which is a new program I'm excited to share. So alignment with our strategic plan. So I find it fascinating how all of us directors get the same PowerPoint, but we all approach it a little differently. It makes us unique. I like that. So what I've done here is I have the bottom row is how the budget connects to each one of those goals and tactics from the fire department lens. So that first one, providing excellence in service. This is really through being a prepared workforce, as well as through community education and how we're going to continue to do that. And that supportive tactic is that joining the Central Core Training Division at that next level with our partners around us, as well as the health and wellness of our personnel. A healthier workforce is a better serving workforce, especially in our stressful job. The budget supports that through our training overtime. Last year we developed a second line, separate from the operations overtime, to really follow how we're paying people overtime for training, special events, and meetings because of all the team involvement. The health and wellness and as well as the capital supports these initiatives. For DEI, recruitment through relationship. And one of our primary focuses there is just getting more involved through our community risk reduction initiatives through career days, as well as we have a ride-along program where people can take advantage of that, and getting in the schools more with some of the older students that are looking for career opportunities. And that's supported under our training and special events line. For cultivating a diverse housing stock, in some ways this is can be kind of a challenge from the fire department lens, but clearly the prevention side of what we do is to ultimately eliminate risk, but definitely lessen risk. So through prevention and CRR initiatives, we can provide opportunities where we can identify the demographics where we have increased fire behavior and do a smoke alarm blitz and take care of those neighborhoods and streets. And that comes out of our training and special events line. On the next one, for ensure long-term fiscal integrity, there's a couple ones here. I'm excited that we worked really hard on 2 grants. So I'll start with that. One was a prevention community risk reduction grant that really supports the fire marshal role and prevention role that Chief Boehner carries, as well as other duties, as well as a matching fund grant for an engine, for a new engine to continue to get our fleet healthier. And so between Dr. Peoples and Mr. Peterson, myself, and Chief Boehner, we worked very hard on those, about a little over $700,000 worth of grant work. The EMS billing review, I did some data analysis of departments in the area and worked with Proclaims and sent some information to Dr. Peoples. So we're in discussion just to see, we've established we're not going to be the highest charging or the lowest. What's a sweet spot there to help offset some of the costs? This is one of the few areas we actually bring in some revenue. And so, which helps support the big pot for the city. And with the cost of IVs and meds and EMS supplies, this is one way that we can assess to see if we're competitive. As well as we're looking at our apparatus replacement plan and our equipment and hose replacement plan. So this just makes us more fiscally stable to be able to have a fluid plan with rising costs where I'm not having to stand here and ask for huge numbers for monies towards some of these larger purchases. So this gives us a plan. And that's supported by our capital budget. Strengthening economic development. We're currently an ISO rating of 2. That's an excellent rating, so we should be proud of that. But one of the goals is to be a strong 1. And because that also helps bring in businesses who can pay less in insurance because of that. And so that's one of our goals there, tactics to support the economic development. Clearly through community risk reduction initiatives and trainings, Chief Boehner's taken lead on providing fire extinguisher classes for our businesses and education outreach. So we're really focusing a lot on the training and the community risk reduction, prevention, outreach opportunities to educate businesses and community members. And that's supported through our training and capital. And then finally, adopt sustainable practices. This one was I kind of look at it as 2 lenses. One is that we clearly have to adapt as the fire service to a shifting landscape as we're facing electric vehicles and solar panels on homes, home renovations and additions. as well as the synthetics that are built in the furniture. Fires are burning hotter and faster, which puts us more behind the 8 ball. And so as we support sustainable initiatives for the city, we have to train and prepare our people differently. And so that's just one of the landscapes that we have to embrace, which is supported by our training initiatives, of course. In addition to that, supporting with our apparatus replacement plan and our training with CCTD and our community risk reduction, again, we're able to better educate the community, especially if as they're putting in, home charging stations and such for their EVs. Aside from Mara's great work with all of the different permitting and such that has to go into that, there's an opportunity for us to educate community members as well on some of the risk, so we can have it safer on the front end, so we don't respond to their house because of a fire like that. And so this is also supported through our training and capital support. Any questions about the goals and tactics? Okay. So capital improvements. Our first one that we have up there for $46,000 is our our gear replacement. We have one of our firefighters who takes lead on this, and so he maps out based on the age of gear. And again, y'all have supported the initiative to replace gear every 5 years. So we always have 2 sets with healthy gear, not over 10 years old. And so this year's 8 sets that are identified. The next one is for our equipment of $25,000, which still supports not only a ready reserve, but also that equipment over 10 years that we're going to replace. Anytime where one of our frontline heavy apparatus goes out of service for maintenance or preventive maintenance or such, we get into our reserve apparatus. So the goal is to have a true ready reserve, because it decreases our time out of service, because instead of pulling a bunch of equipment off and having to stock a truck for even an hour or 2 hours, we can hop into the reserve and it's ready to go. And that's better for not only operational readiness, but also clearly emergency response. Staff vehicles, both the fire chief and assistant chief vehicles are hybrids, would be hybrids, to shift from the gas Explorers that we have that have really had a lot of wear and tear on them. Aside from age, we've spent a lot of money on maintenance on those, even for the age for those. And this also, again, supports the sustainability initiative for the city. It also provides some flexibility in towing. So when our pickup truck that pulls our boat is out of service, we have other trucks that can pull it.
Chief, how old are those 2 vehicles now?
2015 and 17, 136,000 miles on Chief Boehner's 112. And we've replaced quite a bit of integral parts on both those vehicles.
Thank you.
The rescue jacks and struts, our current set we have was purchased in 2006. So this capital request is for 2 sets. It's a one-time cost that would last over 10 years. And these, again, increases our ability to be in a ready reserve capabilities, to have rapid deployment, specifically on a motor vehicle crash, much like the picture, or like we had Public Safety Day, where we have victims trapped underneath a car. These are faster to deploy. It's also can be utilized if we had a building collapse to provide some stability and shoring for our emergency crews. It also increases the interoperability with the technical rescue teams that respond for our bigger calls from the county that we pay into for those resources, as well as some of our bordering apparatus and departments that already carry rescue equipment. They already have this, so it's very compatible with them. And then just with the new weight and construction of new vehicles, this really supports that. And then the final capital request is for our Swiftwater Tech gear. I'm really proud of this special ops team that we have in Webster Groves after July 6th of 2022. With those initiatives, we not only added basic water rescue equipment at every riding position on the apparatus, we've also added the boat. And we have 8 Swiftwater techs that are trained, and we're going to train 4 more this next year. That gives us 4 across the 3 shift, 4 on every shift. And each set of gear is about $1,500. You would never wear bunker gear in water. That's a big no-no. So this special gear for water rescue. You can even see in the Six Flags at Thunder River, some training they were doing.
Training, right?
That's training. Yeah, it's not a small version of River to Pear, or I guess after it rains a bunch.
It's never been that full.
But that's probably record time for me presenting. That's a bird's eye view of what's important in our budget this next year, especially for specific specific numbers. Feel free to fire away. But primarily training, health and wellness, and continuing to get our equipment in an NFPA compliant place is really the focus for this next year.
Chief, could you talk a little bit about the next 2 years on the CIP too, the ambulance, station alerting system and the UTV?
Yeah, so the UTV, I'll start with that one. That was one that we had spec'd out with the number of now 21 parks, it sounds like. We do run the risk of when we have an injury back in a path, we can't take the ambulance back there. And so that was a request to put in there. I had worked on a grant for, and will continue to work on a grant for a UTV, because this specific UTV would be able to carry a patient more comfortable on the back of one of these to get to them on one of our trails or where we can't get an ambulance. So even possibly partnering with PD and maybe we have a public safety UTV would be a great option, but I'll work on a grant for that one.
Have we had instances
We've
where
had-
we've needed that recently?
Not recently. We have had a couple CPRs where we had crews in the stretcher huffing it to go get to them, even with golf courses around and such. If we get called, we can't get the ambulance out there, and it does pose a challenge, especially if it involves a critical patient with a CPR or even, a fracture of their pelvis or legs or something.
How do you, just logistically, like, how do you get the UTV there?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We were just discussing this at a Chiefs meeting today because Brentwood and Maplewood have UTVs, right? And so the on-duty crew would deploy the UTV if it's trailerable with our pickup truck. Or like Brentwood, you would just drive the UTV to the call. I would prefer to have it on a trailer and pull it with a truck. It's be safer.
Thanks.
But that's something that I'll continue to work on for a grant.
Sounds like a good idea.
As far as the ambulance, clearly there's some alignment whenever let me back up. Which by the way, tomorrow morning at 06:30, our new medic unit goes in service officially. So that's a great victory. So it's kind of a chicken and egg concept, right? Right now we look at our call volume. We're about 5% trending busier than this time last year for call volume. For our current 2024, we've given about 5% EMS aid out of the city. We've received 18% aid coming into the city. Our ambulance, we put about 23,000 miles a year on our frontline ambulance, which is why in the apparatus replacement plan, the recommendation is every 5 years to have a new medic unit, because at 100,000 miles, we're really seeing the deterioration of the vehicle because of the ambulance and the many number of calls. So part of that is there's two options on an ambulance in the next year's budget to be considered. Would be a remount. So you get a chassis and you put our existing box on our new reserve on a chassis, and a remount's about half the price currently of a brand new chassis and box.
So this ambulance would not be a second in service ambulance. This would be looking to the replacement of the.
No, that would be a discussion point with Dr. Peoples and just seeing where we are financially with our call volume, looking at numbers of how many times we have non-Webster Groves ambulances coming into our city. If there was a time where we're healthy enough to increase staff, that'd be one option. The other option would be go ahead and order another ambulance, because it could take 2 to 3 years, or remount one where now we have a healthier reserve and medic unit as well. Because our ambulance that's been in service as a primary has 156,000 miles, and our second reserve has about the same number of miles, but it's a 2009. So just the age of the vehicles.
But this has both the ambulance and another fire engine. fire truck, fire vehicle, fire, what is
Yes.
the appropriate term for
Yeah,
what we
yeah,
have?
Yeah,
in
so
terms-
there's the engine that
Yeah.
I presented Dr. Peoples this year, wasn't gonna happen. We were working on the grant. So that got moved to next year, which the plan there would be if there was an engine approved, then our primary frontline engine right now becomes our primary reserve, which is a very healthy 7-year-old reserve at that point. And then we have a very healthy fleet. And so that's why our maintenance cost is still higher because of having the older fleet.
I mean, that's a lot of money. For
It is a lot of
vehicles.
money, and that's one of the goals is that matching grant to hope that that comes through. The medic unit was looking at, right now we're on pace to run about 3,200 calls this year. And so we are busier, and I've been tracking data for Dr. Peoples on our auto aid for EMS versus in versus out. And just seeing what the landscape looks in the next few years strategically if we brought on a second med unit. But that ambulance is in there because it takes 2 to 3 years
Yeah.
for delivery from the time you order.
Do we know, so I appreciate that you're tracking how much aid we receive versus what we give. Is there any way to tell, and I think the data exists, I don't know if it's handy to you, when is the last time that, those two are even?
Well, I'm glad I looked at 2023 as well. We gave 6%. We brought in 12% of auto aid for EMS over the entire year. So we are trending up for auto aid coming into the city. Just because we're busier, we're averaging about 2,200 EMS calls a year with one unit.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if I may, and so Chief, just to clarify, so if we do add an additional unit, make sure my numbers are correct, that means an additional 9 staff?
15 is the magic number where you have to let 2 off on vacation. And so we have 12 staffed each day.
Okay.
So if we added 3 more, then now it changes how many people are off on vacation. So 9 would be optimal. We could do it with 6.
Thank you.
That's a big jump.
It is.
Would we still need this ambulance if we didn't have an additional ambulance? That's what I'm hearing you say is like, we need to refresh what we have, whether we do it as an additional or just.
So there's 2 tracks.
Yeah.
There's the manpower to provide a second med unit for the city of Webster Groves, where we wouldn't have to rely on auto aid. And you need the med unit. So you need the people and the truck. Then there's just the truck to get us healthier with our reserve fleet. Because now which is great to have 2 reserves, but we are dumping money in to keep those 256,000-mile ambulances ready to have a patient in the back.
And the getting more aid than we're giving. This is gonna sound not partnering, but is that a problem? Like, are our neighbors saying like, hey, you're hogging all the resources? Like, is there a
So
short, is that unusual?
So St. Louis County has no shortage of fire trucks, but there is an overall shortage of medic units. It's a challenge all throughout. Brentwood runs the most into our city and they have 1 ambulance. So when they're here, they're not in Brentwood. When we're not in Webster, because we're in Brentwood or Afton or Richmond Heights running their call. So we all just we work great as a team, but we're using each other constantly for EMS.
Okay.
Fire, we use each other because it's auto aid that we get 6 fire apparatus on each one of our fires initially. But we clearly need more medic units in all of St. Louis County. But our numbers really do compare based on population density to Afton and Kirkwood based on the number of emergency calls we're running every year.
And they have how many?
They have a medic unit per station. So for
more
every
than
firehouse,
1 or
they have a
2.
medic unit.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
How many, Jamie, is Brentwood discussing an additional medic unit?
I couldn't answer that question. There are some conversations in the central core with the primary departments about possibly, and this is more down the road, a shared central core med unit to help offset the strain on each one of the departments to add more. But traditionally, when you add a firehouse, you add a medic unit. We run the ladder trucks. aside from the fact that it wouldn't fit in house one, because it's too tall, it's at house two for a reason, because that's our slower district on our side of the city.
Really?
So we
You
run,
get your calls over here?
yes,
Or-
we run about 35% of our overall calls in house two's district. We run the 65% of this.
Oh, wow.
That's our busier side of town.
See, I apologize if I missed this, but I can see for year 26, you got 1.2 million for a new pumper.
Yes, sir.
So if I remember correctly, it takes how many years to get,
Yes, that's a great question. So the 1.2 includes the apparatus as well as the equipment and hose. So on one hand, if we get the grant, if we get the truck and the equipment, that equipment capital goes away because now it's part of that. It's anywhere from 2 to 7 years. And whenever you go to build an apparatus, you don't have to pay them any money until you receive it. Even a letter of intent, they just start the build process. We scored great with the truck. That y'all approved because it was a demo. And so we had it within a year from whenever it was committed to. And so it's 2 to 7 years for builds, and about every quarter, it's a 7% increase in cost. When you commit to an ambulance or a fire apparatus, they lock in the price that day, even if it takes 4 years to get.
so if we're looking to, I guess, fund this in 26, will we lock it in 26 and get it in 28?
That would be probably best case scenario.
29?
We would lock it in 26's price. And then that gets us healthy. The apparatus replacement plan has engines frontline for 8, reserve for 6. And then ladders frontline for 12, reserve for 4. Because so that builds in a little bit of cushion for what in National Fire Protection Association standards recommend for apparatus replacement. Our reserve's 20 years old.
And we're still paying repair costs on the old one?
Yes, sir.
I noticed that your training and education increased by about $21,865. Can you explain to me what the
Yes.
additional education and training is?
Yes, sir. So the jump for Central Core Training Division, they charge per member. And so basically they've actually simplified their tier system. There used to be 3 levels. Shrewsbury and Webster Groves are not full-time members, but the other 4 departments are the core. And so they've just taken out the 3 tiers and made it 2. So they took 50% of a full membership rate, and that's what they're charging Shrewsbury and Webster Groves. And it's a dramatic increase in services. We get company training with them. We get active shooter drills. We get large scale events. We get ISO. The training chief handles the training for all 6 departments. So he funds his salary as well as he is the training chief for the area.
How many accidents have the firefighter apparatuses been in over the past year?
Top of my head, too many, but through obviously training and we've been working to curb that. We did make a change where I had the battalion chiefs meet with the captains and pick core 3 on each heavy apparatus, where same captain, driver, and firefighter in the back is their core. They're assigned there every rotation. We did see a reduction in fleet accidents because we had consistency in the driver position.
Are there repercussions for a firefighter or paramedic that gets in an accident?
I think it's probably situation dependent, somewhat subjective. So we have some subjectivity there.
So the difference that you were talking about with the kind of per person difference, was that on the training line or was that on the meetings line?
So there's a training line, and then the training, meeting, special events is overtime.
Yes,
Yes, that's overtime.
right. But we've got like meetings and conferences went from 3,000 to 17,000.
We moved to model more what PD would have done in the past. We moved our conferences and out of our training line and stuck it in conferences. On our budget prior, the meetings and conferences, which was I think 5,000 last year, was just for chiefs, $1,000 per chief. But then to be more consistent, we moved the different conferences we would send firefighters to into our meetings and conferences. And so, for instance, Hannah Jones went to, one of our firefighters went to winter fire school, so we sent her to that. We sent 3 members to FDIC last year. So just to be,
What's FDIC?
the large conference, the international conference in
Okay.
Indianapolis.
Got it.
Not the banking kind of FDA.
Yeah.
So if we look at meetings and conferences together with training, it looks like this year our estimated amount is like 48,000 together, and FY 25 proposed is 77,000 together. So is that all accounted for in the headcount change, or is there something else changing?
That's just a large jump because we're moving now to that second tier, and there's of the Central Core Training Division.
So it's all accounted for.
It's
by
all
that tier
accounted for
change?
in that, yes.
Okay.
We were part of North County training, which was fantastic to get our people some training. But that approximately $6,000, we reallocated towards CCTD, and we won't be training in North County as of January 1.
Oh, you won't be? Okay.
So do we expect, so it sounds like we're kind of getting a deal here. Do we expect that to be true during the next fiscal year? This is an annual kind of membership fee, is that right?
As of right now, per the meeting today and their IGA that they're firming up, they have those 4 core city members, and Shrewsbury and Webster Groves are not full members. And at this point, there's nothing that says we have to be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out whether we can expect a relatively consistent cost for this in the
That's a
further
great
years
question.
out. Yeah.
I would anticipate us staying at this level. This is a great level for us.
And the difference in salaries, so not overtime, just like straight salaries, is about 10%. Is that all accounted for by CBA compensation, or is there any other compensation changes that we need to know about? Okay. It's not like additional positions or like
No.
something outside of, okay.
Would there be a benefit to us being full members?
There would. We'd have a voice with the training facility in Shrewsbury that they're part of. Access to that would be even better because it's in our backyard. So we'll still get to use it as a part-time member, call it part-time or half member. But I think you have a voice at the table, and that's really between the city managers.
Do you know how much additional would it be to be a full, like if we were a full-time member invited in?
It's double that number.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're looking at, it's about 88,000 just to be a full-time member because they charge per member. We're in a way, because we're one of the bigger departments in the area, that's why we'll pay more because there's more people that they're having to account for. But we can't hire a training chief for 88,000 in benefits, so it is a great deal to have a shared training chief.
All right, other questions? Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
This is the last one.
This is the last one. And
last Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain Sear. If y'all don't know me, I am acting chief. Acting Chief Perks could not be here tonight. He is on his last day of bereavement leave at the loss of his mother, so I gladly jumped in and hopefully I will not mess this up.
We have confidence in you.
Glad somebody does. If we look at our the 24 budget estimate as opposed to the amended budget, as you can see, we've gone over about 10,000, actually about 13,000, it appears. For the 25 proposed budget, and if we're looking at the over under, we're going to be over by about 72,000. There's a lot going on there. A lot of that's going to be based on some things that we just can't control. On notable investments and changes, I was speaking with our staff and how this was proposed. The items came up with. Basically, the approach was that these are things that we did not anticipate. They're almost either a one-time or expenditures that came up at the end of our fiscal year. Cost of gas and for our vehicles, we have to be out there. Sadly, with some of our shifts being a little bit lighter, that means the officers are out there driving more. They're not coming in the station, they're out there consistently. and we're going a little bit over our gas budget, and they wanted to project for that for the upcoming year. Another thing that we did not count on was when we purchased our new firearms, there's an armed conflict going on right now. It's making it difficult for us to get ammunition to maintain our qualifications and our practice, excuse me, practices. So there is an anticipated extra amount, and Chief Perks wanted to make sure that that was reflected as well. We are no longer a member of RSEG. For those who are not aware, RSEG was our regional computer crimes enforcement group. Basically, it was almost completely unstaffed, and St. Louis County is taking over that right now and is actually being funded by the federal government to that capacity. And if we use them, it costs the department nothing. So much in the way we use their evidence technicians for our larger crimes, we can now use their computer task force officers in the same manner, and they can process those pieces of evidence or scenes for us as well. So it's actually a cost savings for $3,100. There is an increase for professional services of $7,810 or $7,810. That's for a couple things. Aspen Health Services, I know that the fire department uses them as well. State of Missouri actually requires now, there's actually an RSMO that requires that departments have mental health checks for their staff, for the police departments. However, it's unfunded law right now, so you're seeing that a lot of police departments aren't actually acting on it. Again, our administration felt that it was important, especially in light of some things that have happened not too far back in our past. And I will tell you that the Aspen program is receiving high praise from my staff. So I'm glad to hear that it's actually working.
Councilor,
GP, I'm
if I
sorry.
may, Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
Council, sorry to interrupt. And
Yeah.
apologies to you. We should have caught this earlier.
Yeah.
Aspen was actually already removed. That's
Oh.
difference in price contract and doing some things through HR, so you won't see this in the final
I
budget.
apologize.
No,
But
you did great.
okay. GP background software is something that this is actually with our reduced manpower right now, as we're going through a hiring process, we use our detectives to do our background checks on our new hires. And that's a very invasive background process. It used to be officers, it could take up to 30 days of them going out, visiting people, going to police departments, going through files. We started utilizing this GP background software application, which is what most of our surrounding agencies are using as well. And according to my detectives who are doing the background, this is infinitely speeding up the process. They say it cuts down on their legwork by 75%. So again, we're trying to do these hiring processes. I have limited amount of detectives go out and do it. It's a kind of a win-win. They're picking up more applicants, but at the same time, they're able to go out and perform those background investigations much quicker, much more efficiently. Those are unaware. I'm a little punch drunk. I apologize. Dr. Peoples knows this. We just finished year 3 assessment for CLIA. We are the top tier. We're in the highest level we can be in right now. We passed with flying colors, so I was told, which means that we now enter into year 4, which is actually not, it's kind of a misnomer. It's short. It's only about 6 months. And in October, we'll have our final on-site where the actual CLIA staff will come out and walk through and spend some time out here getting to know us face to face. At the conclusion of that, we will be going to California. We anticipate that we will be accredited again. And to make that trip to California, which we must go to get our accreditation, we estimate that trip to be $4,000 for 2 people, the chief and whoever the accredit manager is. One other thing on that, at the last item is vehicle maintenance increase of 15,500. One of the things we're finding out is as we're moving into hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles, the manufacturers of these vehicles might be catching up to the law enforcement needs, but the manufacturers who make these accessories, lights, computer mounts, and the like, if you've looked at our 2 Mach-E's, you'll notice that they're not traditional in their law enforcement appearance. We have kind of a periscope light on the front. And that's because our provider is coming up with, they're basically coming up with solutions on the fly. So to do that, you're actually paying more because you're paying for some of the creativity along with some of the items we're buying. So we're just projecting again that as we again try to make purchases either for hybrid or electric vehicles for our next round of purchase of vehicles, we're also anticipating there's going to be some issues with the equipment we need to fully equip them out for patrol purposes.
Do your officers like the electric vehicles?
I will tell you, if you're below the age of 58, by the way, I'm 58, they love it. I got in it and drove it, and I don't want to say I'm an old curmudgeon, but there's just something about the lack of tactile that I don't get the feedback. It makes it a little hard for me to judgment, if you will, with the vehicle. But you will rarely see the electric vehicles parked in the back lot unless they're charging. That means they're driving.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an officer out there who's doing security right now who can tell you more things about the vehicle, the Mach-E, than probably the guys who sold it to us. They love it, so. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So our alignment with the strategic plan and providing excellence in service, the first one we say is purchase and maintain quality of operational equipment. Much like the fire department, when our gear is down, we either have to part something together to make it work, or we're out of the mix. You'll see that, especially during the wintertime, if multiple cars are down. It's great to have a two-man car. I love that. It's safer. I think we're more effective that way. But it also means that we're not patrolling we're not diversifying our workforce, if you will, and spreading throughout the city as much as we could. So we want to make sure that we have the best gear, but also maintain that gear. And that's really important. That's internally, that means that my officers are trained on how to maintain it. And then we also work into maintenance plans when we make a purchase. Dr. Peoples touched on this. We're hiring right now, and we're out there doing those background. We're trying to find quality hires. When you get a good quality employee, it's not just that they provide a good service, but they also tend to want to stay longer, that you get buy-in from them. And that's what we're looking for right now. We're trying to get those officers who are committed to the department, committed to the community, willing to make that investment and hang around for more than 2 or 3 years. Because right now, I'll tell you what's happening. We're all feeding off of each other. The police departments are, one of my former officers, one of my former lieutenants, who's now the chief in Crestwood, I need to tell him to stay out of my town. He's stealing my people left and right. And don't get me wrong, we're doing the same thing. We're going to other departments and we're trying to find those people. So trying to find good quality people and retain them, I think helps us to provide excellence to the community. Another thing, we talk about training, and I know you guys had some questions for the fire department. For those of you who are unaware, Missouri Police Officer Standards and Training, or POST, requires that every police officer must complete 24 hours per year of core training. It's firearms, bias-based, technical, legal. There's just a variety of categories, and that's 24 hours, and that's the bare minimum to keep your license in the state of Missouri. As a training coordinator, I can tell you for the last 2 years, on average, we're 48 to 50 on the hours of training. So my officers are actually doubling what they require. And it's not just any kind of training. It's specific training, some of it's towards their interests. I have 3 officers right now going through drone training. Hopefully they'll be done soon. I have other officers who are going to learn about drug recognition. I have officers who are going to learn how to be instructors. Again, we're providing the opportunity for them to take this training, and then they bring that back. And we believe that makes the community a better place when we have a well-educated and well-trained staff. Referring to achieve diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're continuing to fund recruiting efforts with academies. We are now going well outside the St. Louis area. We are going to Jefferson City. We're going to Columbia, and I've even made 1 or 2 trips up to showing my age now, University of Central Missouri up in Warrensburg. So we're trying to get out, and we're also trying to focus on these traditional or historical universities where they have minorities or maybe perhaps a female student body that might be interested. Again, we're getting out there, we're making the effort, and I think that bringing that back is going to make the agency better, and again, it'll reflect the community better as well. We are also funding our females officers, our staff, to go to training, not only to improve themselves, but also to be recruiters for us. Sometimes it's really hard for me to go out there as a 58-year-old, somewhat fit guy. I'm getting better. I'm losing weight. But it's really hard to go to these universities and inspire someone who's young and starting their career out. So again, I think that making these efforts is really going to help to diversify the department. And we continue to advertise in publications, and we're getting out there. We're utilizing, for those who've looked at our social media, although it has dropped off since Lieutenant McCoy is away at the FBI Academy. I think if you looked at our social media presence in the past year, it's been just phenomenal. We're getting such good positive feedback, and we're getting people who are expressing an interest in the department because of what they're seeing. So again, that's good leverage for something that we hadn't used as well in the past. For long-term fiscal integrity, we're continuing with the accreditation process. My guys, if you talk to them, the CLIA process is what we call institutionalized. It's you don't have to force it down their throat or, hey, you have to do this because they now read the policies, they're going through the training, and you see it's reflected in when they're out there on the street. And I see my guys self-correcting other guys, that's the kind of stuff we want to see. If one of my guys strays a little bit, I like to see that my staff's out there and they're utilizing the things they've been taught, take care of that problem so it doesn't become a bigger problem, for lack of a better word. Funding the workload assessments. Right now, we're making do with what we got, and that's how you do it. But, again, if we can get the staffing, we can get up to where we need to be. I think that's really going to improve our long-term fiscal integrity because we won't be paying for officers and that turnover, buying new gears, buying new training, and everything that goes along with a new employee. One of the last things, and I really want to kind of applaud Chief Perks on this one, is he's trying to get the rest of the staff involved in this program, the process, what we're doing right now. In the past, it was Chief Curtis, myself, and Chief Perks, basically trying to figure out what the department need and doing the best we could. But right now you have a staff that's actively involved, going out and getting the bids, actively involved in telling us what they need. And they're learning from the process, what they can and can't do as we move forward. So each year we're going to get better at this, I think. And I think that's an improvement. That's something we need to continue on with. And adopting sustainable practices. We're trying to get the hybrid vehicles. I don't know if anyone's aware. If you know somebody who's selling them, I'd love to know because we cannot find police vehicles right now that are electric, although that may have changed last week. We've been calling around the state of Missouri and even a little bit outside the state of Missouri, trying to find purpose-built vehicles that are, either hybrid or electric. We may have to buy gasoline, but at this point we haven't given up the good fights. Okay, let me jump over. Sorry, I'm babbling. I'm a little sleepy. Here we go. So our capital improvements for 2025 are almost all sustaining already existing programs. We are entered into contractual agreements with Axon for both our body cameras and in-car cameras. Body cameras for this year will be 37,000, and for the in-car it'll be 27,000. For those who are unaware, the combination now of having Axon in-car cameras, which we didn't have before, if an officer's wearing their body camera and they walk past a car and that car camera isn't activated, it activates the car camera, which is excellent. It gives a great area-wide, I guess, awareness, if you will. And I can tell you, as I'm the guy who burns the videos for the attorneys later on, the coverage and the clarity is excellent. However, again, these are existing contracts that we have. And move on to the next. So every year we try to purchase 6 radios. Our portable radios are $5,000 a piece, which is substantial. And they have about a 5-year lifespan. That's it, the best case scenario, but the work we do, they get dropped, they get knocked down, they get hit. But we do try to maintain them. And as a result, we try to buy 6 per year so we can keep our fleet of radios operating. For the police vehicles, Mr. Pearson, we're actually going for 2 this year, not 4. Just because the revenue stream doesn't allow for it. Again, we are trying to find electric or hybrid or electric hybrid. If we can, that's the way we want to go, but it may end up we have to go gasoline.
Just a really quick question on the radios. Is that a FY25 or is that a FY26? Because it looks like in the table, it's in 26, but on the side it's on 25, so I just wasn't sure.
I believe we were replacing 5 every year or 6 every year, so it may be in both fiscal.
It's probably a repeating one, ma'am, to be honest with you, because every year is we replace 6 every year.
I'm just wondering if it's supposed to be in this column.
I'll double check there. It should be in this fiscal year.
And I
yes.
don't see it in that column on the page 155 either.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. Buscom Liberty Recording, this is actually a replacement / upgrade. If you've taken a tour of the police department, you know, if you go back towards the detective area, we have a room designated as our interview room. This is where we use, anytime we have either a felony or an incident of high importance, we'll do our interviews back there because of the high definition microphone and camera, both for interviews and captures evidence as well when we're not in the room. Ours had reached the end of its lifespan. They refused to basically update it anymore. And so we were just at a point where we needed a new system, and Buscom Liberty is pretty much the one that's respected in our region. So we will be upgrading it to their current operating system, new touchpad, new camera, new microphone in the room, and their labor, and that's going to be a total of $6,800. And then fingerprint scanner. So again, that is, we basically rent the scanner, although we enter into a contract. It's their device, and much like the Buscom Liberty recording system, they can't update it anymore. It works in cooperation with the state of Missouri, who is our information provider to the federal database of fingerprints. And the state of Missouri tells you who your fingerprint scanner is going to come from, and in this case, it comes from IDEMA. So we really don't have a lot of options if we want to have a scanner, and it's critical that we have it for our booking process. We have to go through IDEMA, and that replacement cost is $4,900. I think all of my fingers are crossed. It is. Now, I will do my very best to answer your questions.
Right. Do we have questions?
I just have one. The radar units is listed for year 26, but we have 9 to 11 years old. And many are frequent maintenance and replacement parts. So there's something that we should wait for 26 to do?
So Sergeant Flannery, I just, actually, that was one of the things I had to address this year for Kalia. It was one that they asked about your stats of your equipment. And he stated that he feels that we can get through another year, but we're to that point where we need to start making purchases. So I guess more to the point of answering your question, they just passed their recertification, so they don't lose their testimonial aspects for court. So they're good to go on that aspect.
Okay, so the cost of maintenance and replacing parts is, I guess, less than what we would put out for new ones?
For this year, sir, I would say yes. I don't know what the status is beyond what we talked about last week. Through this year, if something falls apart, yeah, that could be the case where then it becomes a little more important. But as I understand it, based off the certifications we just did and the status based off Sergeant Flannery's, advising me of the health of the fleet, we're good to go.
Yeah, so it looked like it's a one-time cost for the next 4 or 5 years.
That could also be true.
Thank you.
You mentioned recruitment. Could you just give us a staffing update? Where are you with?
I spoke with Sergeant Wintergillen this morning. I believe we have 4 viable candidates at this time. That we're moving.
For how
up.
many positions?
10.
Okay.
And then we're getting ready to, I know that, I can't speak to it, Dr. Peoples, you might be able to give me a better idea, but I know that we're getting ready to start another process soon. You can't run them back to back because what you then get is a consistent hiring process, and you keep getting the people you told no, reapplying. Even though we tell them you can't apply for another year, they keep coming back. Well, I understand, they're excited.
Yeah.
My son is 18 years old. He just graduated from South Tech High School. He was #1 in his class for the law enforcement program. He's like, I'm like, no, firefighting. Am I right? Chief, help me out here. I'm over there asking questions. How can I get my son more interested in firefighting? Honestly, though, there are people out there who want to be police officers, but maybe they're not right to be police
Yeah.
officers. And if we keep running those hiring processes right next to each other, they're just gonna keep asking over and over again. So.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Other questions?
So
Oh, yeah.
we may have some wiggling to do on numbers. I got an HR update today. We have 8 vacancies. One was the police chief, so I think that may have made the 9th.
That
I'm not
could be.
sure about the discrepancy between.
I
the other ones.
apologize. Those were the
No,
numbers I was
no.
given, on Friday. So.
You have stepped in at the last moment, so no apologies are needed. Captain Spears had 2 days, I think, with this budget, so you did an
Something like that.
excellent job. So
Oh, well, I don't know
Thank
about
you
that.
very much. Thank you. We appreciate it.
So 8 vacancies and we had 7 in backgrounds. So depending on how long it takes with backgrounds, and then the next step after that is psychological exams.
Okay.
So it's moving. It's definitely better than it was before. Captain Spear already stepped away, but I want to give him a huge congratulations on the CLIA reassessment. That's a huge deal, and he has spent an inordinate amount of time working on that. So it's we'll have press releases and all kinds of good stuff later, but really want to recognize his work.
Thank you. All right, my colleagues are all packing up. Please hang on a minute here. We haven't finished the agenda yet. We haven't even finished the regular meeting agenda. So, hang on a second here. Is there anything else? But first, before I go to the next thing, thank you all for this. This is great work, and we'll go through with our fine tooth comb and probably have some more questions, but we are grateful for all the work that all of you have put into this, because it's very clear that it's been a lot. Oh, and now you get your picture taken, so smile. All right. Is there anything else about the budget? Someone? Are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Okay, so we now also, let's see, I think we are, is there anything anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda? All right, Council Member Hickson Shepherd, would you like to call for its approval?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander, Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
Yes.
Councilmember Hassan.
Yes.
All right. I am going to suggest that we forgo any closed session tonight, because no one will make it through to the end. So we will return, but please do plan on a closed session at our next meeting. Don't look at me. I just said that. No, no, we won't do it at Webster U. We'll do it here during our regular scheduled meeting.
Oh, the 21st?
Yes. Sorry, I shouldn't have said next. I should have said our meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
What time is the 15th meeting?
6:30. All right, I think we can stand adjourned then.